Clara. I am your MC today for the Beginner's Guide to Uni session. But firstly, I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to the Kaurna people, the traditional custodian whose ancestral lands we're gathering on this morning. And I would like to acknowledge
we acknowledge that we meet on the land of the Kaurna people, and we pay our respects to elders past and present. It's my really great pleasure to welcome each of you to the University of Adelaide today. I'm delighted to be here to share this occasion with you, and I hope you have the opportunity to explore our beautiful University of Adelaide campus. It's certainly a pretty good day for it. This building you're in now, Bonython Hall, was built after a gift from the Bonython family in the 1930s, so almost 100 years ago. The family, I'm told, was quite conservative, and folklore has it that one of their stipulations was that the floor be sloping gently downwards to here. So if you look back, you can see it's sloping downwards. And I'm told it's because they didn't want this to be used as a dance hall. So there you go. You'll have to find another space to have fun. To my knowledge, it has indeed never been used as a dance hall, but it's really well used for so many other university functions. And one of the ones that I like the most is the 20 times or so each year that we graduate students. There is nothing like seeing students walking from over there to here to get the testamure and have a photo with our Chancellor and see the smile on their faces, but particularly the smile on the faces of the friends and families that normally turn up here as well. And sometimes when you feel it's a bit of a dreary day, you don't want to really get out in the rain and go to work, just remember seeing what happens at a graduation and you get a spring in your steps, because this is what we're all about. So the University of Adelaide, you will see that this here is a reminder of the past, but it's also a reminder of the future. Talking about our past, our fine university is associated with 5 Nobel Prize winners, and just not any Nobel laureates, but ones who have made a truly great impact, like Howard Florey, who developed penicillin, and in doing so has saved hundreds of millions of lives. And of course, the Bragg's father and son team, whose research in radiation underpins many aspects of modern medicine and healthcare. But turning to the present, one of our graduates, Dr. Robin Warren, who sadly passed away just very recently this year, won the Nobel Prize for discovering that stomach ulcers were actually created mostly due to a bacterium called Helicobacter pylori, and it was something that many, many people suffered from and is totally treatable now. So this is what the combination of good education and research does, and that's what we're all about, molding those things together to create a stronger society. There are, of course, also many, many other distinguished alumni, polar explorers like Sir Douglas Mawson, health pioneers, a Prime Minister, and more than 100 Rhodes Scholars, including Australia's first and third Indigenous Rhodes Scholar. Right from the start, even though this looks very grand, we have been a university of inclusion that embraces diversity. That's something we take great pride in. In 1881, we became the first university in Australia and one of the earliest in the world to admit women on an equal basis to men to all our degree programs. That was quite unusual in those days. And this year is particularly momentous because we're celebrating our 150th university birth. And you'll see lots of signs around the campus which says 150. It's because we were founded in 1874. But of course, we're not done. The next 150 years, hopefully, will be even better because we will be able to reach more people, and because of a stronger economy, also do more research that gets translated into innovation that hopefully will create a stronger society. Right now, which you might have heard, we're well underway with the development of the state's new university, a university that is going to be called Adelaide University, a name that we all already have traded under in the past and are allowed to trade under now. It will open its doors in 2026, and this is something that we believe will make this state have an even greater university. We believe it will be a university, due to its scale, that will have enormous ambition and ongoing achievement. This creation of Adelaide University, by merging University of Adelaide and University of South Australia to form Adelaide University, is not something that is done because either of us are in trouble. It's something that is done because we are ambitious about creating a university where the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, which is very important in this day and age. Importantly, there are no changes in 2024 or 2025. You'll continue to apply at the University of Adelaide to your preferred degree. But if you have questions, you can ask people at Open Day. There will be people who can give you answers to questions about the creation of Adelaide University. From 2026, students will be highly supported for a smooth transition to the new Adelaide University in either their existing or an equivalent program for commencement in 2026, including getting individual study plans. In the meantime, at the University of Adelaide and at the future Adelaide University, we will teach you how to be lifelong learners and knowledge seekers. And it is likely you will need to dip in and out of education throughout your lifetimes. This is something that has changed from my parents' time, where you got one education, you forgot about it, and then you went out. Now success often depends on dipping in and out of knowledge acquisition. Even though it's almost 50 years since I left high school, it's actually 48 years, I remember how difficult it was to decide what to do. So I looked into medicine, engineering, and science because I loved that. Medicine because my mother was a nurse, and she really wanted me to be a doctor. So therefore, I did work experience in a hospital. But I quickly learned from doing that work experience that that was not for me. Engineering, because you can do so much with that education, and my dad wanted me to become an engineer. But I settled on science because I just loved learning how things worked, and I was excited by the idea that I could one day be the first person to see something important that no one else had seen before. And I have never regretted that I did what I loved doing. So although I got, like all of you I'm sure, a very fine ATAR, I did not end up doing a course that required a high score to get into because I got the marks. Instead, I decided to do the course that I was passionate about, and it was the best decision I ever made. Put differently, do what you love doing, and that is the greatest and surest path to success. You always do better when you love doing what you do. On the other hand, if you end up making the wrong decision, that is not a disaster in this day and age. 50, 60 years ago, you had one shot at it, and if you chose wrongly, that was a disaster. That's not the case anymore. There are many opportunities to pivot and in many instances get full credit for all that you already have done, even though you choose to change direction. It's an enduring love of learning that will give you a better chance of success in all areas of your lives. Our place is a university for anyone who has the desire to learn, and unless you're incredibly brilliant, much more brilliant than me, you also have to work reasonably hard to succeed. You will be amazed what you can achieve with effort and dedication, and we've got a lot of resources that will help you along the way. I look forward to seeing you at the University of Adelaide and on our campuses next year, and thank you for listening to me. Have a great day, and whatever you end up doing, best of luck to you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chancellor. And today we are also joined by our amazing current student panelists. But before we get into them, I just have a few slides to get us started, mostly about some basic information about university life. So I know that you guys are here because you're already interested in going to uni, but if you're still making that decision, these are just the top 3 reasons on why our students decided to go to uni. So the first one, obviously, is for their future career. You can increase your starting salary, and there are also so many careers out there that would need a uni degree for from nursing to architect and so many more. Secondly, as our Vice Chancellor has already said, passion for a particular subject area. And I personally too think this is the best reason to get to uni. If you can find something that you are interested in, can also benefit your future career, that's basically your goal. It will make your life at uni so much easier, so much more enjoyable if you are studying something that you are interested in. Lastly, is for the greater opportunities. You'll have access to so many different opportunities like internships and placements. You'll be able to connect with different industries. We also have study abroad options as well. And we have all of those stalls at the hub as well if you want to have a chat with them about all of those options, and also at the Marquee Lawn. So this one here is just super basic information about what's uni actually like. So most for our degrees, the duration is 3 years, but there are some exceptions to the rule. So for example, engineering is 4 years, teaching is 4 years, law can be 5 years, medicine can be 6 years. But there are some exceptions, but mostly it's 3 years program. And you do 2 semesters per year. There's some breaks in the middle of the semesters, in between the semester, and you get the big 3 months summer break as well. And then you can also study full-time and part-time, depending on the degree that you're interested in. And you can also, when you're choosing your degree, you can also choose it via kind of thinking about the contact hours as well. So the contact hours can vary between degrees from 5 hours per week to 30 hours per week. So it's depending on the degree that you're studying. You might be able to do just 5 hours on campus and then, studying by yourself. So some degrees like business and arts may be able to provide you with that flexibility, but you're doing something that needs a lot more hands-on kind of workshops and practicals, clinical placements. It might be towards 40 hours per week, so it's almost like a full-time job. Okay, so this is also a little bit more about the different type of classes that you will be doing at university. So the first one is practical workshops. A lot of our degrees are quite hands-on, so you'll be doing 3 to 4 hours a week per subject, doing some practicals, especially for degrees like engineering, medicine, and also computer science. And we also have industry placement and internships as well that you can do 12 weeks per semester. We also have tutorials and seminars and also lectures. So for lectures, it might be something that you are thinking about when you're thinking about university studies. So it's something similar to this. You are going to be, gaining all of the information, all of the knowledge from your lecturer, and then you discuss that knowledge in your tutorials with your tutor in a smaller kind of discussion space. Okay, so enough for me. I would like to introduce our panelists. So we have our current students today, and they are actually working at the Succeed at Adelaide program. This program consists of current students from each of the different faculties who know and understand the challenges and successes that our students may face, and they're basically in place to share their experiences and pass on their wisdom to newer students to support them through their years at uni as well. So today we have Phoenix, current student at the Bachelor of Law and Bachelor of Commerce. We have Francesca from the Bachelor of Psychology, and we also have Scarlett from Master of Business Analytics. So now I'm just going to pass this on to you to ask questions. We have some, floating mics as well, so if you have a question, please raise your hand. Do we have any questions? No? Should I get the ball rolling? Okay, I'm gonna ask one question, and then I'm just going to hand it back to you guys again. So just to start with just an easy question, what advice would you give to someone just about to start their degree? I don't know if this is actually an easy question. What would you say to yourself when you are in your first year still, or starting out?
So I'll start it off for us. If I was going to give some advice to someone starting their degree up, I'd actually put some time and thought into what you want to start studying. So I started doing a Bachelor of Commerce, and then I realised this wasn't for me, so I added a law degree onto my Bachelor of Commerce because I didn't really take time to think about what I wanted for my future career. I guess I not wasted a year, but I could have started my law degree earlier, but it all works out in the end.
In terms of starting a degree as well, when you do decide what you want to do, I think it's really important to enrol in your classes as soon as possible so that you can tailor your timetable to the days that you'd like to come in and suit them around what days you work, because a lot of students do work and do volunteering and other activities or sport as well. So it's really good to organise that as early as possible and be organised.
Well, my advice will be the same. Please be organized. You will have like a lot of lectures, tutorials to attend, and you don't want to go behind. So please just find that work-life balance, and you will be okay.
Yeah, amazing advice. Yeah, definitely the work-life balance, very important to keep you going. Okay, do we have any questions from the audience? They're just current students like yourselves. Yes, amazing. Sorry, we have, a roving mic there. She's running, walking very fast.
Yes, so this question is for Phoenix. You mentioned that you added on law to your Bachelor of Commerce. So what was your thinking around adding that on rather than like not doing commerce and doing law instead, like switching from one to the other? So I just wanted to understand, why you made that decision to add one on. Was it that you almost finished commerce, or they were there was a crossover there?
So
Good question.
I'd always thought about doing a double degree of law and commerce, like when I was graduating in year 12. And then I thought, I'm not sure I want to do law. My brother's a lawyer, for context. And then I was at the end of my first year of my commerce degree, and I was realising I don't think I want to work in the accounting sphere, which is what the commerce degree typically leads you to, because I like approaching problems in a very critical thinking manner. So I like to work things through where I can logically sound out my ideas, and that's what the law degree kind of like tailors towards. So in answer to your questions for why I decided to add on a degree as opposed to switch solely to law or stop my commerce degree, I'd already done so many subjects in my commerce degree that it made it more beneficial to complete my commerce degree and add on a law degree and do it concurrently, because at the end of the timeline of doing a concurrent degree, you don't add too much time on, it's only an extra year. So I kind of like mathed out how can I minimise my investment into my university subjects, minimise how much time I'm going to spend in university, so I can still graduate at quite a young age as opposed to like being past a long time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, another question. That's a great answer, because it's really great to know that you can do the concurrent degree, and usually it just adds an extra degree, like an extra year, and then you have 2 qualifications.
And
Yes.
sorry, just to add on to Clara, especially with law and commerce, the subjects really complement each other. So doing a concurrent degree in law and commerce has proved more beneficial for me than if I did one straight. So for example, I'm doing corporate law right now, and my entire commerce degree, which I just graduated from last year, I know majority of the course content already in corporate law because I've done my corporate finance degree. So if you find like a concurrent degree, which there's often some listed on the university website, like which are suggested concurrent degrees, it's an awesome thing because it's like subjects complement each other so well. And then that also then in turn helps you with career progression and stuff like that.
Okay, we have next question.
This question relates to AI in a variety of ways. Firstly, with graduates is the first one who's going to start with AI. You're now in the midst of your degree where AI becomes a reality of the world. How does that influence what you're currently doing, and if you can project into the future, how do you anticipate what you're studying now will be impacted AI for better or worse? And what advice would you give young people who are literally being the first graduates at entering a study in a work market where it's a reality?
Well, right now I am studying for my master's degree in business analytics, so I kind of know this topic because, you know, like a lot of students are using ChatGPT, including some students in medicine. So it's important to just realize that ChatGPT is a tool, okay? It's only a tool, it's how you use it. For example, I was doing like a task, and if I do the prompt correctly, I get better results than my friend that was just saying, oh, which one is the correct answer? But because I do like a better prompt, I got like a better result. So as I say, like, come here, you will know how to use the proper tools, and you will have a better result at the end. So it's our part, how do I say it, like, how to manage these tools to get a correct result. Like ChatGPT cannot do everything by itself. So that is the human component that we have.
Just to add on to that being a tool, with psychology, my degree is very much writing a lot of articles and assignments. So I'll definitely use it to kind of proofread or check my grammar, punctuation, that sort of stuff. It can be used like that. And it's very helpful just to make sure my writing's very clean and clear. Yeah, so, and it can also help you to come up with ideas. You can ask, for an assignment, what could I write about? And it'll give you specific ideas. You can build on that. You can't get it to write it for you, but you can use it to inspire ideas and just kind of get the ball rolling. So yeah, like Scarlett said, you just have to use it as a tool. And the uni have an academic integrity unit, and they talk about how to use it appropriately, and they're very clear and strict about how you can use it and how not to breach any academic integrity rules.
So in context for the career path, especially in law and commerce, so I currently work in an accounting firm, and I'm working as a clerk as well, which is like a legal internship. It's definitely incentivized in industry if you know how to use it efficiently, which is mainly know your prompts back to front, because as Francesca was saying, I use it quite frequently for, okay, I've written out a draft letter for a client, how can I make this like proofread, like I'll use the AI to proofread my work, structure sentences better because I might have been having a foggy morning where I was writing it without a coffee in me. And then it will just help me like in that regard. But in terms of the actual studies, I'd say similar to what Scarlett and Francesca said, like use it as a tool, don't use it as like the be all end all. But yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of.
It is a complicated subject. We have a couple more questions, time for a couple more questions. We have one over there. Do we have another one so that the next mic can be passed on? Oh, we have one over here. Thank you. We're just gonna get for that.
So like, my question is that what are the work opportunities available when you are like doing your degree? Is there any work opportunities available while you're doing your degree, like such as engineering or science?
I know that in engineering, they have internships, I think, in third year. So, and a lot of people will actually get jobs from that. So if they do really well in the internship, they will then offer a job after they've graduated. So that's a really good opportunity. There's also volunteering that you can do here, and that really helps your job prospects as well. Yeah, in terms of engineering, I think the internship's probably the best opportunity.
In terms of the ABLE faculty, which is like your arts, business, law and economics, I know that we offer the Deloitte Academy, which is like great for anyone trying to enter like the Big Four or like professional services industry. In terms of like myself, so when I was doing my commerce degree, there was a subject where you had to do an internship, and that was a self-source one. So I worked at EY for a month under that part of my degree. There is also, the university has the internships hub, I believe it's called, where the university uploads a bunch of like current opportunities for students that they can apply to for jobs in all different ranges of like fields, so whether that be STEM or arts or business or whatever it may be.
I would say that also the university, we offer great opportunities for networking. For example, the next week, we're having this event called 180 Degrees, in which we are going to talk directly with a lot of companies, including the Big Four. You know, like for me, especially sometimes instead of just sending your CV to this platform with a lot of 100 students, you can always introduce yourself directly for the people who actually hire, like show them your personality, what are you doing, and they will keep in mind your name instead of just going, as I told you before, like through this platform with 100 or even 1,000 students.
Yeah. I'd also like to add from my personal experience, I did biomedical science at Uni of Adelaide, and in my third year I did a placement, and that's how I got my first job, and a lot of students did that through their placements or internships in the last year as well. Okay, and we have the next question.
Hi, think back to when you left high school and then you came here on your first year. You left a structured environment where everything was there and handed to you, and then you were expected to come here and basically do everything yourself. So what services and what advice do you have for people who are leaving that structured scenario and have to go by themselves and find what they need to do?
So I came from a school as well that was very structured, and teachers would chase you up for assignments and drafts, and that doesn't happen here. But there is help, so you're not expected to do everything all by yourself and know everything. So I utilise my tutors a lot. After class, I will go up to them and ask them questions. They will read parts of your work and give you feedback. There's also, for some courses, they'll have drop-in sessions, which is where like the course coordinator will just sit in a room and wait for people to come if they need help, and you can go in and get that one-on-one feedback and talk about it. It's not so much they're going to read your assignment and comment on it like usually in high school, but they will talk to you about it. It's more conversations. And then there's also the writing centre, which can give you feedback on your writing style, grammar, punctuation, that sort of stuff. For math, there's the Math Learning Centre. So they can help you with, I know in engineering they have something called writtens, and so you have to do that every week or so, solve equations, questions, and they can help you with that. There's also PASS, which is peer-assisted study sessions, and so that will be a former student who's excelled in the subject, and they will give extra worksheets, work through questions or talk through concepts depending on the degree, and then that can be a peer environment where you study all together, and that can also help as well. You guys want to add?
Yeah. So I would say like being in university, of course, is a new challenge, but a new opportunity for you to just face reality, because there is no net support. You are here by yourself. Well, as Francesca said, we have a lot of resources, but it's just an opportunity to find yourself, find what you want to really do. Like, let's say if you're doing really bad in what subject, probably that is not your thing, and that is okay. We can over here advise you like, hey, probably you can like internal transfer. It's not as complicated as it sounds. Instead of taking it as a challenge, take it like a new step in your life.
In terms of my high school experience, I went to a school called University Senior College, so I was kind of like funneled already into the university ecosystem through year 11 and 12 because we were doing lectures and tutorials while at high school. But starting in that environment might give a better insight. So I would say the number one thing when you're starting university is you've got to be proactive. And I guess that's just turning into an adult as opposed to being a child, like you kind of are handheld through a lot of things. Instead, when you're an adult, you have to be proactive and like make your own decisions and think about what do I want to do as opposed to how do I impress my parents? How do I like meet their needs? So at the end of the day, just be proactive on like what you want to do for your learning, because at the end of the day, university is something you choose to do. It's a privilege you get to do. So that's my bit of advice, like proactively learn here as opposed to just like let everything wash over you. Like proactively learning for me is like why I value university so much, because it's like, cool, I want to be the best in my field. I don't want to just like get my degree and leave.
Yeah. Great questions, and I think that's a great place for us to end the session there. So thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you to our amazing panelists. And they're actually going to be at the Matt's Lawns marquee as well, so if you have any follow-up questions, you can find them and ask those questions. And at 10:15, we have our medicine Q&A session in this same hall as well, so I might see some of you guys there. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Sorry that was a bit short. Okay, good morning everyone. I think we are going to start this on time because I'm sure you guys have many, many questions to ask our panelists this morning. So welcome to the Bonython Hall. My name is Clara. I am your MC this morning for our medicine Q&A session. But firstly, I would like to start by acknowledging and paying my respects to the Ghana people, the traditional custodian whose ancestral lands we're gathering on today, this morning. And I would like to acknowledge the feelings of attachment and relationship of the Ghana people to country, and I respect and value their past, present, and ongoing connection to the land and cultural beliefs. So before we get onto the panelists, I just have some information about the degree itself. So I would like to cover all the the basic information about the admission program to our medical program, and we can leave the questions about the program itself, the study experience, and also the student life to the panelists at the end. So for our medical program, it consists of 2 subsequential degrees. We have our Bachelor of Medical Studies for 3 years, and you can continue on to the Doctor of Medicine for another 3 years. So it makes the total duration to be around 6 years. And basically, there's only one entrance. It's through the Bachelor of Medical Studies, so the Doctor of Medicine doesn't have an entry point. It does provide an exit point for whatever reason if you want to exit from the Bachelor of Medical Studies, but it doesn't have an entry point. You have to start from the Bachelor of Medical Studies from the first year of that program. So just a little bit about the admission information. So we only have 1 intake per year, which is just in February every year. This is for the Bachelor of Medical Studies. And then for this minimum selection rank, it's a 90 minimum to be considered, but obviously it is a competitive program, so a lot of students would aim higher than 90 to be competitive. We also have the prerequisites as well. So one from either biology, chemistry, or math methods. It's good to note that this is basically a tick box kind of requirement. You don't have to do all 3. Your competitiveness is not going to affect your competitiveness if you do all 3 or just 1, but it is still good to have these subjects kind of as your background knowledge before studying the medical degree. And there are also additional requirements as well, such as UCAT and the interview as well. And the interview is based on your UCAT scores. So the invitation to the interview is just based on the UCAT scores. So I don't want to take too much time, and if you have any questions about the admission guides, you need more information, we have an amazing admission guide online that you can go through. I really encourage you to read it cover to cover if you're interested in our medical program. And we also have students and academics at the marquee in the mass lawn if you have any questions about the admission processes itself. But we are looking for questions for our panelists today, mostly about the program itself, the opportunities within the program, and also career pathways. So let's introduce our panelists today. So we have Professor Danny Liu, the Dean of Medicine and Head of the Medical School. We also have Dr. Andrea Dillon, who is our senior lecturer at the Adelaide Medical School. And we also have our current medicine students, Alison, as well. So do we have any question from the audience? Let's just get this started immediately. We have rowing, yes. We have floating mic. So there is one question there. So just raise your hand super high. Yes. That one there, I think there's a mic coming to you. Do we have another question as well so we can give the mic to the second person? We have one here. Do we have another mic? There is one over here. Yes, sorry. Sorry I'm pointing at you. Thank you. Awesome, we can start from there.
How does it compare to the Flinders degree, the clinical studies, clinical sciences and Doctor of Medicine?
Yeah, is that something that we...
Flinders is a 4-year degree. It's a postgraduate degree. And at least 3 years of the Flinders course is clinical. Ours is also a 3-year predominantly clinical course, but we do have students starting clinical work really right from the beginning, starting in earnest in year 3. But the fourth, fifth and final year are all clinical.
Okay, do we have next question?
I don't know if it's working. Hello. Oh, here we go. How many students do you take in a yearly intake?
We have about 170 every year in each year. Of that, roughly 140 are domestic students and 30 are international.
Yeah. Just to add on that, we have 40 places for rural students, and also 10 students form the higher education pathway within the 140 places. Any other questions? There is one over there. Do we have another question so that, oh, just next to the mic, amazing. Yes?
We'd be travelling interstate, so what's the consideration for like interstate students? Is there a different weighted, number on that?
So, if they're domestic students, then they're treated the same, by and large, as South Australian students. There is a slight tendency towards South Australians, but the criteria for entry as an interstate domestic student is the same by and large.
Yeah. So specifically, I believe there is at least 50% of the interview places it has to go to a South Australian resident, but that is the only kind of requirement. Yeah. So we have another question over here, and there is a question that's just, we'll just pass it on later. Sure.
Hi, what are the contact hours like throughout the 6 years?
That's a great question.
So the preclinical years, so years 1 to 3, are very typical uni hours, so it's very much like doing any other uni degree. It does get slightly more intense from 4th year onwards. So from 4th year, we don't follow the typical uni academic year. We actually start in late January. I say that as a question, we definitely start then. And it's much more like a sort of 9 to 5 placement hours, that kind of thing over the week, with slightly shorter holidays in the middle of the year. So it is certainly, it's a big commitment of time. It's a big commitment of years. 6 years felt like not very long when I started the 6 years. At the end of the 6 years, I've started to realise it was quite a while. But, it's really worthwhile. You get a lot out of being on placement, and if you're, on placement for the time that you're on placement, you get so much learning.
Great, amazing. And we have a question as well.
Do you know what the median ATAR score to receive an offer was?
So, do you? No, I don't think that's something that we've released to the public. So usually, again, 90 minimum, but most of the time it will be mid to high 90. That's usually our recommendation where our students should aim. Yeah. There is 2 questions over here. Yes, and there's another one over there. There's another 2 actually.
Is there a chance in the preclinical years for electives and other things at the uni, or is it pretty much only biomedical? So language or other things?
In the pre-clin, not so much. There's a research course that they do in year 3 where there's some choice around what topics you'd like to cover. But there's a few opportunities, such as we have a program called Gulpi Minyapa, which is available to students in years 1 to 3 for a semester here and there, where a small group of students are able to go up to Port Augusta and study up there. The greater opportunities, I think, Ali, come in year 4 to 6, so you might want to speak to that briefly.
Yeah, so 4 to 6 is where we get a bit more sort of, I suppose, flexibility. We've done our key coursework, so we sort of have the foundations there. So there's opportunities in different years for, 4-week placements or so here and there, where you get to sort of pick sort of completely what you want to do, and also within the core requirement. So for example, there's a core requirement of doing a surgery term, where you're able to actually preference, there's a whole bunch of different surgical units obviously around the city, and you're able to preference, which area you might be orthopedics, it might be trauma, it might be urology, you're able to preference in within that.
Great. Do we have a question over here? Yes.
At the rural places, at rural and regional placement, is it bonded or does it require a return of service?
So for the rural placements within the medical school are not all bonded. So that's a separate thing. So the bonded and the unbonded thing doesn't come into the rural entry program. There are some students that are rural that are bonded, and there are students that are rural that are unbonded.
So what criteria are you looking at in a good candidate for medicine? Like, what are you judging them on? Like, what are you looking for in the interview?
I'm going to speak generically to answer that question. What we want are people who are empathetic and are able to be good communicators and who other people can trust with their very personal matters. It's quite a, it's a profession, as many of you can imagine, when you see your own healthcare professional, what kind of attributes you want in that person. That's exactly what we look for. Someone we can trust, someone who's good grasp of knowledge and is able to communicate well, give you reassurance when you need it, provide that support in very often very tough times. It's really about being a good person and the capacity to communicate. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Thank you. We have one here. Yep, and there is another one over there, and there's also another one over there. I'll come back to you later. Yeah.
Yes, so is it necessary that you have to sit the UCAT? Because I've asked some of my friends and I was told that you go and do a different degree and then switch, but the thing is you'll have to do the GAMSAT. Is that still a thing?
I think I got your question. Everybody coming in has to do a UCAT to the Adelaide program. The exception is for the Indigenous students or Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island students. There is no UCAT for that smallish group. Everyone else does a UCAT.
Okay. Yes. So even from the higher education pathway, you still have to do the UCAT as well. Yes, was that there? Oh, that was the same question. That was over there. Thank you.
If you're not successful gaining direct entry, what are the favoured feeder courses that could offer alternate pathways to entry?
There is a lateral entry for a small number of students. I think it's about 10 students per year have that lateral entry option. And my understanding is that actually it can be from any program that can transfer across. There's a large proportion of students that go into the Bachelor of Health and Medical Studies program and transfer across, and obviously that knowledge sort of helps them when they first commence in the program. So that's our other pathway, but it's only for a very small number, so you can imagine that's also quite competitive.
It's a Uni of Adelaide program. It's not from other universities, and you cannot have completed 2 years of it, so at most to complete the first year.
Yeah. There's one here. Thank you.
My question was more pertinent to after 6 years. So after you've completed the course, do you get a placement via the uni, or is it that you've got to kind of look out for placements and things like that?
So graduates, most graduates will go on to intern positions. So these are first year medical people. That's our Australian system. The placement is actually administered by a separate group. So the university doesn't have anything official to do with that placement, and every state's got their own equivalent authority. In South Australia, it's called South Australian Medical Education and Training, SAMET, and it's a matching process essentially between the candidate or the graduate listing their destination in preference, and then hospitals also then listing their preferences, and then they're matched by and large. The university is not involved formally in that process.
Just a sub-question. So that training program that you say that they would probably go into with the hospitals, etc., that is for a certain specific period of time? Is it for like a couple of years?
So, in short, the Australian medical training system has a 1-year internship. So the first year everybody does an internship. From second year onwards, by and large, depending on what destination someone wants to go to in their career, they will start training in that particular path, whether that's general practice or physician pathway or surgeon, other specialties. So the differentiation starts by and large in second year. And then there are hurdles depending on the career exams, other assessments.
Great, thank you. And we have a question.
Good morning. I wanted to ask, I'm here. When the student begins the course, for example, my son, if he gets in, he'll be considered international student. But during his first or second year, we're hoping to change that residency status to PR. Does that affect the student? Will he be prevented from completing the Doctor of Medicine, or is there no effect to him with his change of status, residential status?
So everyone, if there's an international student admitted into the program as an international student whose status changes while they're in the program, the capacity to stay ongoing is dependent primarily on whether there's a domestic place available. So there may not be a domestic place available at the time that the residency status changes. Can you, even though you're not in?
I know that. I've been aware of this situation once before, and that student continued on as an international student, enrolled as an international student.
So you stay as an international for the duration of the
Correct.
course?
Because, yeah, that's what you've been initially enrolled in the program, and there's a limited number of the Commonwealth supported places.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have another one over there? And there's another one over here as well. Oh, okay, there's another one. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Can we just get a brief walkthrough in the 6 years of medicine? Say, what is the difference between what you'd learn in year 1 compared to year 6 in terms of theoretical or hands-on experience?
Okay, so a brief walkthrough is that in first year, your first semester is the Foundations of Medicine course, where you just do a very quick week-by-week overview of basically every system in the body, which sounds a bit intimidating, but it's actually been working really well for the students. Then from your second semester of first year to your first semester of third year, you're doing more sort of longitudinal, you're learning more in depth about each body system. So we're talking about cardiology, respiratory, hematology, all sorts of various other things. So you're sort of learning through those systems. In third year, you also do, third year, first semester, you do 1 week a week, 1 day a week in GP practice. So that's been really good for students working on, their actual clinical skills, which you've been practicing for the whole time, but actually doing it on real patients and chatting to real patients. In the second semester of third year, you transition to clinical practice. So you do 1 day a week GP, 1 day a week in the hospitals. Again, practicing, examination skills, history-taking skills on patients, as well as just sort of routine clinical skills that you might need. From fourth year onwards is when you're full-time clinical. So you do go through a whole bunch of various different specialties, all surgical specialties, medical specialties, paediatrics, ONG, GP, all sorts of different things. You rotate through them throughout the years, and then at the end you graduate, which is quite exciting.
Thank you. There's a question over here, but I think there's a question over there first.
I was just wondering what support services are offered to students throughout the course.
Can the person raise their hand? I can't see where it came from. It's, okay, back there. So support services. So we have a dedicated pastoral care and wellbeing coordinator within the medical program. So there's one person that's allocated to the students in year 1 to 3 and another person that supports the students in years 4 to 6. So course coordinators, me as program director, we're always working together to make sure supports are in place for those students so that our wellbeing coordinator reaches out directly. The university also has supports available to students through counselling services, so we're also putting students in touch with that as a support. Student supports are also really important, Ali?
Yeah, so we have... Medical school is a very close-knit group because we do all of our courses with the same 170-odd people. So in that way, it's much more like school than general university where, you know, you're changing between courses and there's different students in every class. So there's a lot of sort of lateral support and a lot of support from the older years towards the younger years. The other thing I'll just say is that the pastoral care support, especially that's available in years 4 to 6, is actually genuinely fantastic. We've got a dedicated psychologist that actually works with students who are in need, who knows all about the medical school, so you're not spending all your time sort of explaining, and they're really good, as well as sort of coming to teach the separate classes about mindfulness models and things, and knows about the unique stresses that we face and the unique problems that you might find on placement, which is actually a really fantastic initiative that the medical school's running at the moment.
I think that's a good point, Ali. One of the domains that we teach is professionalism and leadership, and as part of that, teaching self-care is a very important component. So teaching students to look after themselves, also encouraging students to reach out to GPs and make sure they've got external supports available as well.
Okay, amazing. We have a question over here as well.
Hello. Given the national shortage of general practitioners, is there any scope to increase the intake of student numbers in the future?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, yes is the short answer. This is quite a complex issue. It needs federal government support, essentially. And that level is working with state governments and all the universities to increase that intake. The question is, if we were to increase the numbers overall, how do we make sure that they get into general practice? And that's quite a difficult challenge, because that would happen outside the university, obviously. But we are working with all the authorities, 2 levels of government, to address this issue. For us at a university level, it's actually making general practice, giving more exposure, giving better role models to general practitioners, for our students, so that they can look up to GPs, and then also changing our model of clinical placement, which is traditionally very hospital-based. But, you know, as mentioned, this year in our 3rd year is the first time ever we're placing medical students in general practices in year 3. And that's turned out really, really well. So doing lots of things like that. The increase in numbers is just one aspect of it.
Thank you. So there's one here, and there is one over here at the front as well. Or is there anyone at the back that I've missed? Okay. Yes,
I just want to know a little bit about the interviews. When are they held, and what sort of format are your interviews for the course?
Briefly?
Yeah.
Around November.
So the interview invitations is published in October, and then the interview itself is November till December.
So the format is multiple mini interviews. So students or prospective students will go through different stations with different interviewers.
It's online.
No. Sorry, Clara.
Is that online?
Yeah, it's online. It's Zoom.
Okay, do we have any more questions? Oh, here, sorry.
I have 2 that kind of go hand in hand.
So, how did you know that you wanted to study medicine, and what motivates you to become a doctor?
Basically, my interview questions. So I wanted to do medicine after I did some work experience in medicine. I actually went to Kangaroo Island GP practice and realised that I really love GP. It's a tricky question. I got to say my motivation has evolved throughout the course. I got in very much thinking, you know, I quite like science, I quite like academic work, and I sort of really quite liked helping people. So that was, that's the generic answer that a lot of people say, but it is often really true, which makes it a bit tricky when you want to say it because it's true. The more I've done in the course, I want to do GP. I'm one of the 17. Oops, it's turned off. Oh no, there we go. I'm just going to swap. So I'm actually 17% of medical graduates at the moment want to do GP. It used to be 50%, that's why we've got this problem. But I really love how in medicine you can make people's lives better. It's a bit of a funny way to say it, but you have a patient, they come into you, they have a problem and they're really struggling, and you, with a bit of compassion and a bit of medicine, can often really improve their lives, and that's something that I find really, really fulfilling at the moment.
Great, amazing question, amazing answer. We have a couple over here. There is one over there.
So I have two questions. First one is, will this be the same degree that they'll have in Adelaide University? So someone like myself who will be applying in 2026, will this be the same exact degree? And also, will the Doctor of Medicine degree be applicable like outside of Australia? Like, will I be able to practice medicine outside of Australia?
First question, same degree. On your parchment when you graduate, it'll say Adelaide University. Our degree is recognised just about worldwide. So we have accreditation with multiple countries. To practice in many other countries, however, often you have to undertake another assessment to qualify, because there's specifics of practice in different regions. In many countries, you'd have to take that extra step. But the degree, the basic degree itself is recognised.
Thank you.
Amazing. I think we have time for a couple more questions, and there's one at the back here, and I think there's one around this area, but we'll go to the one at the back first.
Are there any scaling factors on the UCAT test, admission scores, based on how well applying students perform the UCAT, like there are on high school subjects on ATAR?
No. I'm sorry. Are you happy for me to answer? Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't see who asked that question. Right there. No scaling of the UCAT.
No. Basically, we invite the top 600 UCAT scores to the interview. So it can be quite varied every year, depending on how competitive that year is.
But keep in mind, we stratify the groups because we have rural entry that's separate to non-rural entry. So we do consider the groups separately.
Yes. Okay, we have time for one last question.
Hi, could you please explain what the assessments look like during the program?
So this program's different to Ali. Ali's graduating with an MBBS. So there's a new program you spoke very well to that before, by the way, before. In the first, it's various, so it's quite a long answer to your question, but there's clinical competencies in the first couple of years that are key as part of the clinical practice domain of the course. So the Australian Medical Council requires us to assess students across the 4 domains of medicine. So one's professionalism and leadership, there's health and society, there's science and scholarship. Science and scholarship's sort of the biggest part in the first 3 years of the program. It's a lot of the physiology, pathophysiology, and then there's clinical practice. So each of the domains have assessments within that. Then there's integrated assessments where there's mid and end of semester tests we call, and really all of the assessments we call hurdle assessments, so you have to pass all of the assessments because we don't want students to compensate, if they perform very well in science and scholarship but not so well in clinical practice. the students have to be able to perform well across the board. That said, hurdles, we support the students to remediate. So the point of an assessment is to learn. So if they haven't demonstrated the skill and knowledge that we want, then we support them to remediate that, and they have more attempts. In Year 3, there's also the OSCE, which everyone always wants to know about, which is the clinical exam. You might want to talk briefly.
I'm on the other side. I never have to do an OSCE again, which is fantastic. So OSCEs are quick professional practice stations, basically. So usually there's about 6 a day, where they're 10-minute stations. You get 2 minutes reading time of a stem on a door, and then you get 8 minutes to go into a room and do whatever the stem on the door told you to do. So it might be take a history, it might be examine a patient, it might be practice scrubbing up for theatre. So it's a way for someone to assess you performing those things, to check that you know what you're doing, you know what you're talking about, and that when you're talking to real patients, you're not making any errors that might be sort of bad for patient care. So they're quite scary, especially the first couple, but they're actually a really good way of making sure that you have a bit of adrenaline and you know how to manage those situations.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. And I think I'm going to end that session right there. Thank you so much for the amazing questions, and thank you so much for our panelists today. Thank you. And if you have any more questions, you can find our academics and our students at the marquee at the maths lawn as well. Thank you. Okay, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here on this beautiful Sunday morning at our beautiful Bonython Hall. So thank you for spending your Sunday with us at the open day. Today we have our psychology session, and my name is Clara. I'll be your MC this morning. But before we get started, I would like to firstly acknowledge and pay my respects to the Ghana people, the traditional custodian whose ancestral lands we're getting on this morning. And I would like to acknowledge the deep feelings of attachment and relationship of the Ghana people to country, and I respect and value their past, present, and ongoing connection to the land and cultural beliefs. So we have amazing panelists this morning, but before we get started to them, I just would like to talk a little bit more about the degrees itself, just a couple of minutes. So we have 2 psychology degrees at the moment at the University of Adelaide. So we have our standard program, the Bachelor of Psychological Science, and then we also have the Bachelor of Psychological Advance that has an honours attached to it, which makes it a 4-year degree. And this is just some basic admission information for our psychology degrees. So for the psychological science, we have 2 intakes. We have intakes in February and July. The guaranteed selection rank is 80, but the minimum selection rank to be considered is around 65. And the duration again is 3 years, and there are no prerequisites for this program. For the advanced psychology program, again, we have 2 intakes as well. The minimum domestic selection rank is a little bit more competitive. It's 90, and the duration is 4 years because we have that honours program attached. And we have our panelists this morning that will be able to answer your questions. We have Professor Peter Strelin, the head of the School of Psychology, and we also have Dr. Rachel Stephens, senior lecturer in the School of Psychology, and we have 2 current students with us as well. We have Ria Mistry, a current psychology student for the bachelor degree, and then we have also Adam Carter, the current psychology student for our Master of Clinical Psychology. Okay, so I'm gonna give this space to you guys now to ask those questions. Do we have any questions to start with? We have one over here, amazing. So we have 2 roving mics, so do we have a mic coming? They're coming. It's such a big hole, so the mic might just take a few seconds and then if we want, it will make so much noise, so we have to just walk really quickly. So there's one over here. Do we have another one so that we can give the second mic as well? There will be another one coming. Okay, great.
I was just wondering, what type of mental health conditions we learn about, specifically autism. Do we learn much about that?
Great question. When you do a psychology degree, psychology's actually got many sub-disciplines in it. Mental health is just part of it. You would learn about autism along the way, but it wouldn't be a central part of what you learn about. So there'd be other sub-disciplines like cognition and motivation and memory, how we think, and social psychology, in addition to mental health and well-being as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Do we have another question?
Yes. With the psychological science, can you choose to do an honours year after that degree?
Yes.
So with the BPsych Sci, it's a 3-year degree. Then the year after that is the 4th year honours. In order to get into honours is competitive, but if you get great grades, so you're ending up, and each year it differs, so, don't quote me on this one, because it could change in 2025. But if you're averaging roughly close to a distinction in your psychology subjects for your first 3 years, then it's pretty likely that you'll be accepted into honours. If you do the 4-year advanced program, then you are effectively guaranteed a place in honours, but you need to actually maintain a distinction level average across all of your subjects. So it swings and roundabouts. Yes, if you get into the advanced and the entry into that is really high as well, but there's also a lot of pressure on students to maintain that GPA But if you are going through the 3-year program, you've got the option of doing majors at the same time. And if you do really well, you'll pretty likely get into honours anyway.
If it helps with any fear, I did the Bachelor of Psychological Science and then did honours, and now I'm in Masters. So it's definitely a path that you can take.
Amazing. Do we have another question? There's one over there. Is there another one so we can pass on the mic? There's another one at the ferry back. I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
Can you go to the ferry
Can
back?
you just explain what the impact will be with the merger in terms of the programmes, given they're accredited? Will the programmes be taught out, or will they be merged into the new university under a new programme?
I didn't expect that question about the merger to come up. Yeah, great question. I'm sure a lot of people are wondering what things are looking like in 2026. So if you start at University of Adelaide in 2025, then in 2026 we will become Adelaide University, and so the program that you're in will transfer to Adelaide University. So what that means for us, in terms of accreditation, I think that was your first part of your question, is that yes, our programs at the moment are of course accredited, and the same with UniSA. We have started work with APAC, which is our accrediting body, and we began that work at the start of this year, very mindful of the importance of accreditation. APAC is working closely with us to work out how we can do this. One of the complications is that APAC, the accrediting body, instituted a new rule, I guess you could call it, last year, which said that you actually had to be able to start teaching before things could be accredited. What is going to happen is that the plan we have at the moment is that in mid-25 next year we'll be submitting all of our accreditation paperwork. We obviously can't give them any examples of student work because it hasn't been done yet, but we will have everything else prepared for them, and the aim is that by the end of 25 we will be able to say that the programs are accredited starting on January the 1st, 26. But officially we can't say anything like that at the moment. We can only say that we're working towards accreditation. But you should very reasonably assume that a large group of 8, Sandstone University like Adelaide, and also Uni of South Australia, who have also got a very good credit rating, we're going to be fine.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, there was also a question about teach out. And what will happen is that if you start in 2025, so you start one of our programs, that in 2026 you will transition to our new program for Adelaide University. And everything is about the students, so the plan is that nobody is going to be disadvantaged in the transfer.
Thank you. And there is a question at the back. Was there a question? Thank you.
What influenced you to study here as opposed to the other unis?
So I think one of the really big advantages of studying at the University of Adelaide is that they offer 3 streams of psychology once you get to masters. So they offer clinical psychology, health psychology and organisational psychology. So for a lot of people, when they're starting their bachelor, they may not be aware that there are 3, there are actually more than 3, but that there are other branches of psychology other than clinical, which is your standard belief from most students. So for me, the chance to learn about organisational psychology and health psychology was a big plus for me, because I came in thinking that I wanted to be a clinical psychologist. And while that was the degree that I ended up choosing, I feel that I've benefited a lot from being introduced to those other disciplines and to learn how I can take some of those things that I learnt in those classes into my role as a clinical psych. Apart from that, the specific reason right at the beginning was that I'd heard a lot of great things about the University of Adelaide, about the professors, about the courses in general, and I happily say that all of those things were true, and I've thoroughly enjoyed studying here.
I think to add on to what Adam said, in third year, psychology really builds you upon that. It opens a lot of doors for you. So like Adam said, organisational psychology includes human resources, and I know a lot of my friends, and me included, we all wanted to do clinical psych when we first entered this degree, but I think as we've learnt over the course of this degree, especially third year, it's really built upon that you can do just more than clinical psych, such as human resources, SA police, and I think that's why this degree is really great in general.
Amazing. I can add a little bit as well. So I'm the course coordinator for our first introductory psychology courses, so Psychology 1A and 1B. So I'm closely involved with a lot of teaching there, and I can say first-hand experience that we're quite a large department, and we're all so we all teach and do research. So we're all leading experts in our fields, and one of the nice things is because there's lots of, as we said, lots of different sub-disciplines within psychology, and you learn each of those with someone who's also an active researcher in that area. So they're very passionate and very knowledgeable about those fields. So we are a research-intensive university as well. So that's a definite strength that we have. So it's a great experience for students to learn in that environment, and there's lots of opportunities to get involved with things. We offer an internship course where you can either go out into industry, or if you're interested in the research side of things, then you can actually work with an academic and start to get some experience in that if you're thinking you might want to go on and do your honours year. And have a look around. It's a wonderful campus as well. It's a really vibrant community. I don't know, maybe you'd like to talk about the Psychology Students Association as well. That's another great society that we have here. Did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so in the Psych Society Association, we actually host a lot of events for new students and for current students as well, where we catch up and basically we network, which really allows you to understand what other students are doing and what other pathways we can do from what we're studying currently.
Amazing. Great. Thank you. And do we have another question? There's one at the very back there. Is there one? Yeah, there's one at the front and there's one at the back. I think the one at the back was first. Do they have a mic? Is there another mic? Yeah.
What
okay.
job?
What jobs like after when you study the course like?
What? What?
So I took a year off from honours, in between honours and masters, and found that there was a large variety of roles that I could go into. I started a job at Relationships Australia, which is a non-for-profit, non-governmental organisation that provides counselling and mediation support for people in the community. So I started a role there in an intake position, and the degree that I had was a large reason for why they chose to hire me in that position. I know other students who have done sort of helpline-based roles as well. There are some volunteer roles and there are also some paid roles. And I know a couple of students who also got some jobs in schools, providing mental health support for young kids, which is really exciting as well. There are a lot of different things that my colleagues and my fellow students have chosen to do before going further. Do you have anything?
I think there's, as I said, there's many organisational grad positions that you can do, such as for ASC, I believe. And I've also known someone who's doing play therapy in one of the play therapy schools, SA. And I think just what Adam said, it opens up a lot of doors for you. You're not just bounded to clinical psych, you can do a lot more than just clin psych.
Also research. So when I started the degree, I didn't really have much understanding of what research entailed, nor experience in research, but one of the great things about the degree here, as Rachel mentioned, is that there are some great professors from various subdisciplines in psychology that you get introduced to, and when you do your honours thesis you also get a chance to experience what it's like to follow research all the way through. And I do have some friends who moved into the research space afterwards, which is a really exciting opportunity to have as well.
I think as a general comment, it's just worth realising that psychology, certainly a 3 or 4 year degree, is a fantastic generalist degree. Employers love the fact that you come out being able to say that you know something about human behaviour, but not only that, just to follow up on what Adam's saying, is that you also learn how to do research. So you've got these research skills, you've got this ability to understand or to have knowledge about human behaviour, and you will find that in any psychology program wherever you go. So that is just a shout out for psychology in general. I guess one thing that I think makes Adelaide psychology really stand out is the fact that we teach both quantitative and qualitative research methods, and you'll find that Flinders and UniSA will teach pretty much only quantitative. So we know that our graduates have a real advantage when they come out being able to say, I also know something about qualitative research. So we think that's certainly something worth hanging our hat on.
That's great. That's great to know. I think I'm learning new things as well. So is there another question? Oh, we have one over here with the mic already, ready to go.
So there's 2 degrees offered, which is psychological sciences and the Bachelor of Psychology. So what is like the main difference between them? And like, are there, like between the two, are there ones that are more suited towards like a certain master's?
I wouldn't say that one is suited more to a certain master's. With the Bachelor of Psychological Science, you have the opportunity to do electives, so you can choose to do a minor in another area of your interest and, I guess, expand your base of knowledge in that way. In the advanced degree, you will do what the classes that you would have as your electives will be other psychology classes, so you'll be introduced to other concepts. So I wouldn't say that one is more suited to a particular master's. It's more about whether you feel as if you want to go deep dive into psychology and have all your courses be psychological, or if you would be interested in learning something else as well.
I can just add as well, so in the 3-year degree, there's a bit more room if there's another area that you're passionate about and you want to have a second major, so that just means it's a topic area that you sort of follow through your degree, whereas there's not room for that in the 4-year program, because that one's more if you know that psychology is what you really want to do and you want to focus on that, then that's another option there. But they both can be pathways. So either the 4-year one already includes that 4th honours year. The 3-year, as we talked about before, you can still apply for that afterwards. So they're both great degrees in themselves, or can be pathways to further studies after that.
Great, amazing. Yeah, there's one over here in red, and there's one over there at the back. I think the one at the back first. Okay, whoever has a mic, we can start.
What are like the future job aspects after you do psychology?
So yeah, all of our graduates have great employment prospects. So as we were talking about there's so many different areas. Basically anything that involves people, right, is you develop those skills and the knowledge that you need from a psychology degree. So people will go into all sorts of different areas. So it might be mental health or sort of school-based roles. So some students that I've worked for previously for example, might end up in places like the Cancer Council doing kind of research in that area, or somewhere like CSIRO or Defence Science and Technology Group. You know, anything that you know, can use those sorts of research skills, or maybe more into sort of human resources and those sorts of areas. So I don't know if you have any official stats on employment that way, but yeah, I think the psychology is a, you know, very versatile degree that you know, leads to lots of different career paths.
I can just add to that and say that most of our students will go out and look for jobs after fourth year, but we'll also encourage them to go and talk to other cognate disciplines. So many of our students end up going into social work, or they go into counselling, and they might then top up their degree with a master's or postgrad work in that area. We also have, I guess just to give you a sense of how useful psychology is that we have a very successful graduate diploma program. So these are people who already been out in the workforce, already have a degree, and they realise just how useful and helpful knowledge of psychology is in their workplaces. And so they come and do an extra year in our grad dip program. So for me, that's a way of illustrating people wouldn't do it if they didn't see that there were opportunities there. So, you know, psychology is everywhere, and workplaces, no matter what the workplace is, they value people who can say that they've got that.
Yeah, amazing. It's very broad. I can say for myself that a couple of my team members did psychology at Uni of Adelaide, and they work with high school students such as yourself. So definitely very broad career pathways there. Okay, we have one over there, and there's also one question over here if we have an extra mic. Just the gentleman in red. Just bring your hand up. Okay, great. So we have one. Is there someone at the back that already has a mic? Yeah, you can start. Is the mic not working?
What's the level of statistics in the study? Like, is there a focus more on the content or research and stats?
Yes, so psychology is, you know, famously known as rats and stats. We don't do rats anymore, but we still do stats. But it's, you know, we scaffold this, you know, very closely. So in first year, you do a research methods course where you start to learn some of the basics of research design and introduced to some, you know, simple, you know, looking at means and, you know, sort of simple ways of summarising data and looking at graphs and those sorts of things. And then once you get into second year and third year, then there's for courses that sort of delve more into that. But we don't assume any prior knowledge before, so it doesn't matter, you know, if you're a whiz at maths or not, we bring everybody along the journey. There's lots of hands-on workshops and examples and, you know, a lot of support. So yeah, I think it's a really great part of our evidence-based discipline. And, you know, even people who want to work in more applied areas like clinical psychology, it's a really fundamental skill to have so that you can understand the evidence base behind all of those applied practices that people do. And it's a skill that's really valued by employers afterwards as well. So, you know, data is everywhere and it's only going to get more and more. So, you know, it's part of just, you know, general literacy that we need now, you know, to understand things that we come across in the media and things like that. So it's definitely part of our degree, and it's a really valuable skill to work on. I don't know if our students want to comment on that as well.
Yeah, I came from a creative arts background before jumping into psychology, and I had no knowledge of stats whatsoever, and did find it daunting thinking that was something I was going to need to do. But as Rachel mentioned, you really are scaffolded. There's a lot of support for you, particularly if it's an area you don't have experience in. So I would say, and it's also really interesting as you develop those skills and learn to look at things through a different lens. It sort of highlights something that you've never really thought about before.
I think as Rachel said, like second year you get a little bit deeper into research and stats, and I think at first all the students were just like, wait, this is too hard. But I think there's a lot of support, like Adam and Rachel said, even outside of those workshops. There are people who are willing to help you and outside of class hours. And it really builds you up for the third year as well, where you do more stats. And you feel confident doing stats and interpreting the data that you've been given.
And being in Masters now and being on placement, I'm using all those skills in placement, using them to make sure that the therapy provided is research-based. So it really does, once you sort of get towards an end goal, if that is your end goal, it really is there to support you.
That's great to know. And just following up on the support, we do have the Maths Learning Centre that can help all students, not just students from the maths like study areas, and they're just like a drop-in session that you can pop in at any time. So we have a question there as well.
To what extent does the course focus on research and practical work like field experiments, studies, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I can comment on that. We do a blend. So different courses, so especially for first year, for example, so there's a research methods course, and then there's also our psychology 1A and 1B, and there you get an overview of lots of different subdisciplines in psychology. And there's always a blend where you learn about some areas of research, but then also how that's applied to addressing real world problems. So there's always a mix of those things, and there's an opportunity to participate in current research that's going on in the school as well. As I mentioned before, if you're interested in research, you can do a research internship. Part of the fourth year honours program involves doing a research thesis project. So you can either work one-on-one with a supervisor on your own project, or there's a stream where you can sort of as a group of students, you're given a data set to look at yourself. So if that's of interest to you, there's lots of great opportunities to get involved with that kind of thing. But there's always this blend of understanding the science and the research, but also how is that applied to addressing real world problems.
Okay, great. We have a question over here. There was one over here, sorry. I sometimes look at the back and not look at the front, sorry. There's a couple of questions. Maybe we can go, sorry, can we go over to this side first?
Can you put psychological science and the honours one on your preferences for when you're either?
That's possibly more of an administrative question. Can you preference both of our psychology programs? Well, I presume you would. Yeah.
Yes, definitely you can. So a lot of students would put the advanced, program as a first preference because it's more competitive. But again, it depends on what you are more interested in. For our standard program for psychology, it's a little bit more flexible. So if you have another interest, maybe the psychological standard can be your first preference instead. But again, it's depending. But definitely can put both at the preference. Good question. Do we have one? We have time for a couple more questions, maybe one, maybe two small ones. Oh, there is one. Okay, we will do that one first, and then we'll do this one, and then I think that will be the end of our questions. Yes.
Yeah, just wanted to know the job profiles of health and organization psychology.
So was said jobs are after the Master of Organizational Psychology.
So for health psychology, your focus is working with individuals who may have a physical health problem as well as a psychological or experiencing psychological ill health. So a lot of the job prospects in that degree are in hospitals or in medical practices in that way. And organisational psych is focused on how to improve well-being in the workplace. So a lot of people in that degree will go into roles in big organisations or into a couple of other roles as well, but I'm not the best to answer that, would you say?
Yeah, organisational psych is, as the name suggests, people are interested in, organisational psychs are interested in helping organisations be more productive, and part of that is encouraging well-being, but they also are involved in HR, in assessment, in recruitment. So it's probably more work-focused.
Yeah, great. Okay, we have time for one last question.
If you're doing the honours course, do you get awarded your bachelor in the third year, or do you have to wait until the end of the fourth year?
It depends on which of those programs you're talking about. So if you do the BPsych Sci, which is the third year, then you'll come out with your Bachelor of Psychological Science, and if you're keen to get into honours, you would then apply for honours, and then let's say you get into honours, and you finish honours, then you'll also have an honours in psychology. For the 4-year advanced program, you actually exit after 4th year, so you don't actually have a 3rd year bachelor.
Yeah.
Make sense? Sort of?
Great, amazing. Thank you guys so much for having great questions. So if we have any more questions, please still have a chat with them at the marquee. So there is a big marquee at the Maths lawn, and we have academics and students there if you have any further questions. But thank you guys so much, and thank you so much for our panelists. Thank you.
make a start. Thank you all for coming in. We were just discussing as a panel, it is an absolutely beautiful day, so we really appreciate you coming indoors and spending some time with us. My name is Tom. I work here at the university. I help people understand what their pathways towards study would look like, but specifically today we're going to be talking on business programs. And we have an amazing lineup of people here to share their knowledge and experience and passion with you. But before we dive into it, I just wanted to quickly acknowledge that we do meet on Kaurna lands, the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains regions, and it's on this land that the North Terrace, Roseworthy and Wake campuses of the University of Adelaide are built upon. So I just want to pay my respects to Kaurna elders past, present and emerging. So in terms of the programs that we're going to be covering, there's quite a few. We are going to be specifically looking at some of the business programs, so business, commerce, banking and finance, as well as project management. And the team of amazing academics and students will be covering various study areas. So irrespective of which program you choose to study, you're going to have the opportunity to really push the field that bit further and innovate, set your own goals, and then work to achieve them and exceed them. The business school is a really strong business school in Australia and internationally, so by choosing to study at the University of Adelaide, you're really setting yourself up for a really successful career in the field. So I'm not here to talk to you all afternoon, but I have a fantastic panel who will work their way through and introduce themselves and give us a bit of an overview of who they are, what they do, and I guess why they're here and why they're passionate about their fields. So does anyone want to dive into it and make a start? Maybe we work our way down.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. It is absolutely inspiring to work at the university, and you are the reason that we do this, the next generation. And if you look around, you see so many other generations of leaders that have been in your shoes. So I'm Dr. Tracy Dodd. I'm an academic. I research sustainability and the role of organisations in society, but I teach project management because, as you'll learn, projects are about change. And some of you may be aware, some of you may not be aware, we face a range of challenges such as climate change, human rights, and there's a lot of challenges that we face in society. And so my passion is around working with students like you to see how we can use project management to help create a better future. So thank you for being here.
Good morning. My name's Claire. I am a former student in entrepreneurship, and I'm currently studying a PhD in entrepreneurship and urban planning and urban greening. I've been around the uni for a little while now studying, so if you do have any questions in what it's like to be a student and what the student experience is like, please feel free to ask.
Thanks Claire. My name's Noel Lindsay. I'm the Dean of Business of the Adelaide Business School and the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Entrepreneurship. My professional training is as a chartered accountant, I'm both a CPA and a chartered accountant, still practice as a chartered accountant. I'm very passionate about entrepreneurship and innovation, and indeed my substantive position in the university is Professor of Entrepreneurship and Commercialisation. And one of the things that I think that we do very well in the Adelaide Business School, if you study business, particularly at the undergraduate level, is that every one of our students has to do at least one course in entrepreneurship. It's not to say that you'll set up a business, but it's about entrepreneurial thinking. And as the world progresses and things change so much, we know that our graduates need to be agile and adapt to changing careers, and being able to think entrepreneurially is very, very important, and employers certainly appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm Chanaka Vijayavardhana. I'm the Program Director, International Business. International business is one of the majors that you can consider if you enroll in a Bachelor of Business degree program. So in our Bachelor of Business degree, you have management, international business, and digital marketing and communication. And you have also have the option of combining two of these areas and do a double major. So international business is one of the areas that you can certainly consider under a Bachelor of Business degree program.
Hi everyone, I'm Alison Joubert. I am the Program Director for Marketing, so I oversee both the Bachelor of Business, Digital Marketing and Communications and the Bachelor of Commerce Marketing. I also trained completely in marketing, so I did an undergrad degree in Bachelor of Business Management. It was up in Queensland, majoring in marketing, then an honours degree in marketing and then a PhD in marketing as well. So very passionate about all things marketing and oversee those two programs.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Manjula Tsanayakar. I'm the Associate Head for Learning and Teaching from Adelaide Business School. My background is from technology innovation for the last 21 years, including my PhD in technology innovation. So at the business school, what we focus is on businesses drive the world, and to enable our students to understand how do we thrive in a very changing world. For example, what would artificial intelligence mean for the businesses, and how can our students be equipped to support the businesses in this changing world. And my focus is on technology innovation and entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Awesome. So this session is really designed to be an opportunity for you to ask questions, any questions that you have about potentially studying business at the University of Adelaide. So if you do have one, please put your hand up and then we'll have a microphone run out to you, and then you can ask the panel any question that you might have. So if you do have one, please pop your hand up. Otherwise, I can dive in with some that I have of myself. One particular question that we tend to get, is there one coming? Yep, cool. No worries, we'll start off with you then. Do you want to just, I can repeat it up. So what was your question?
What kind of double degrees would you recommend for someone who wants to study sort of a business and engineering kind of career?
Entrepreneurship goes with just about anything. We have musical students who study entrepreneurship, do a double major there, engineering students, science students, and indeed even business students who do finance and entrepreneurship, accounting and finance, marketing and finance, and so on. So entrepreneurship is just so important. And as I said in my opening comments, that it doesn't mean studying entrepreneurship doesn't mean you want to set up a business, although we encourage people to think about that, our students to think about that. And indeed, a number of our students, we have a business incubator, one of Australia's leading business incubators, called ThinkLab, which is just across the road there, underneath the business school. Many of our students, and no matter across the university, not just in the business school, they'll study their engineering degree, science, medical degree, whatever, or business degree, but they'll also maybe take a course or two in entrepreneurship, and then they'll actually be involved in ThinkLab, where in ThinkLab you get additional mentoring. We have over 100 volunteer experts there, and we have 10 very specialised experts who will work with you to help develop up your ideas there, if that's indeed what you want. So entrepreneurship is a general language there, and as I mentioned in my opening comments, I'm very passionate about it, whether it's from a social point of view or from a business point of view. It can help change people's lives and their careers.
Got some questions in the middle. I think we're just running a microphone down.
Any form of degree in health?
Yeah, so the question was, is there any way to combine studies in commerce with the field of health?
You can. Currently, you could do perhaps a double major. In our Bachelor of Commerce, we have 3 majors in the Bachelor of Commerce. We have a major in accounting, we have a major in finance, and we have a major in marketing. But we also have a Bachelor of Business, which has a major in international business, digital marketing and management, and entrepreneurship, innovation and strategy there. But so you could either do a double major within either of those degrees next year, or you could look to do a double degree next year as well. So maybe looking at doing a bachelor in healthcare services as well as a Bachelor of Commerce. The other way to do it, of course, is to do an undergraduate degree, a bachelor's degree, say, in commerce, and you do a master's degree in healthcare management. So, for example, in our MBA program, we actually have a major in healthcare management. So students who have, graduates who have already got a degree, undergraduate degree, and want to go and maybe working in the healthcare industry, they'll go and do postgraduate studies along the lines of an MBA.
So some other questions that we really commonly get. Business courses are taught across so many different universities. It'd be great to hear from the panel quickly if anyone's got something that they want to contribute. What makes the Adelaide Business School really stand out in your mind?
Did you want me? No, looked at me. I think one of our strengths, I think we have three strengths. The first one is our wonderful dean, who just encourages us to do two things: think passionately and entrepreneurially about our role in society and about researching and connecting with our students to try and tackle some of the big problems that we face as a society, and using your education to kind of inspire you to think differently. So I think that is one thing. We're very entrepreneurial. The second thing is we're very industry connected. So I sit on 3 boards. For those who aren't kind of familiar with management and what that looks like, they oversee the management of organisations. So I'm on a board of a government agency, I'm on the board of a dance theatre, and on the board of a maths trust. So we're encouraged actively to be out there with industry, and we bring that into the classroom so we can bring you guest lecturers, we can bring you internship opportunities, and we can bring you real life knowledge. And then the third thing is flexibility, and that kind of relates to our first thing around being entrepreneurial. As Noel mentioned earlier, we're very flexible in how you study, very flexible in how you structure your degree, because we realise that, you know, your lives are really important, and we want to ensure that you've got that balance of having meaningful study, but also able to kind of do things that are meaningful for you in your life. And the world is changing, and sometimes universities adapt at different paces, and that flexibility we offer allow you to adapt your degree to meet your needs and industry's needs as they change. So there's some of the things I think, but we have some wonderful panel members that could probably add to that.
I suppose why I continued my studies, that was the question Noel just asked me. I was really passionate about being in the classroom and learning from people, and, you know, as Tracy's mentioned, really getting that specific insight from the real world. It's not just learning for learning's sake, it's actually learning about how the world is functioning and how the business world is moving and how entrepreneurship comes in and tries to change the game. And I've been fortunate enough to seek out an industry collaborator as part of my studies. And so a lot of my studies I'm going to start seeing really impacting the real world and having a tangible impact, particularly around the urban greening space and the urban planning, and actually seeing some of the research that we undertake be implemented in the real world. And I think that's really fantastic. You're not just in the classroom doing assignments and learning things, you're actually thinking about how the world functions and how your career can really leave a mark on whatever discipline you're passionate about. And so that's where I think this university really stands out, is all those connections and that real conscious thought about how it impacts the real world.
If I can just make a comment about where, being a group of 8, research-intensive university, it's all about quality, it's about excellence. So in the tradition of excellence, and I should mention that only the group of 8 universities in Australia are the only ones that have Nobel laureates. So, which is an indication of the standard that a group of 8 university operates at. University of Adelaide has the highest number of Nobel laureates in Australia, more than any other university. In line with that thinking, the Adelaide Business School is one of the leading business schools in Australia. Of course, we subscribe to excellence, continual improvement, and we have international accreditations, as you'd expect, that are aligned for a business school. But we're also very industry focused. And so from an industry perspective, we have 2 international quality assurance accreditations that no other business school in the world has. One is ISO 9001, and the second one is ISO 44001. So what does that mean to you as a student? It means we aspire to excellence, always looking to be better tomorrow than what we did today. Whether it's our teaching, whether it's our research, whether it's how we engage with industry. It's always about quality, 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 trying to be the best we possibly can and to deliver a student experience that's par excellence.
Yep, there's a question in the middle.
Yeah, hi everyone. She probably wouldn't ask it herself, but there's somebody quite close to me that would love to hear from some of you about what you would say to a Year 11 student about to enter Year 12 and what options and what types of choices she might make if she's thinking about one of the business type degrees at the Adelaide University.
So I guess to expand on that a little bit, would there be any types of subjects that you'd recommend students studying? Because a lot of the business programs, and we kind of glossed over this, a lot of the business and programs and whatnot don't have any prerequisites. They don't have subjects that you have to study to get into them. But that doesn't mean there aren't subjects that might best prepare you for your studies. So is there any advice that the panel would give someone about to head into their Year 12 year of what subjects that they might think about taking, or any types of experiences that they might want to get involved in?
Well, so the Bachelor of Business, how we structure the program is when you enroll into the program, in the first couple of semesters, there are enough fundamental courses that are there so to give you the fundamental knowledge. So it doesn't matter whether you if you have done business courses or any other education before. Yeah.
Maybe we'll just finish off the first question before we go,
yeah.
if that's okay. So we won't forget that question. Tom, can you remember that question? Because I'm not good at remembering some things. So in terms of what advice would you give Year 11s, I think there's practically your studies, and as Tom mentioned and you mentioned, Shanika, it is quite broad, so think about doing things that will fit into kind of business and your passion. The advice that I would give you that I've followed through my life is do what you love. Do what you love doing, and it's that old saying, if you do what you love, you'll never work a day of your life, and I don't feel like I work. I feel like I'm so blessed. And I have children your age, and I see the pressure that my daughter puts on herself, and see the advice I give her, which, when mum gives it to you, you're always like, whatever, mum. I think she might be in the background there. But if you do what you love, and I'm sure your parents will tell you this, you'll do well in it. And as Noel mentioned, we have a lot of fun at the university, but that doesn't come at the expense of quality and excellence, because when you're doing what you love and you're encouraged to be excellent, you will be excellent. It's when you're trying to force something that's always challenging. So in addition to the practical advice about what to study, it's just what I've learned is follow your heart and you'll be really successful. I see some parents nodding and smiling, so hopefully that's helpful.
So that's a really lovely answer from Tracy, and maybe some of you are like, well, I don't really know what I love yet. And for those of you who don't yet know what you love, what Chanika was saying, how our degrees are structured, where for your first semester and your first year, you do more of the general business courses. So if you don't yet know where you want to specialise, you still actually have time, because it's in your second year, in your third year, that you start doing the marketing or the other courses as well. So if you have a general idea that you think you might like business, you might like commerce, but you don't know what you love yet, that's where you can get a taste for marketing in your Intro to Marketing course, get a taste for the entrepreneurship, and then really specialise down into your second and third year.
Yeah, so that very first semester, we know from our market research that many students, some students say, I want to be an accountant, I want to be a finance person, I want to be a marketing person and that. But many students, they just say, I'd like to study business, but I don't know what part of business, what I want to do in business there. And so for that reason, my daughter is a good example. She's doing her final year this year, third year, so she graduates at the end of this year. And she didn't know what she wanted to do, but she knew she wanted to do business, or maybe it was social enterprise, something in the social enterprise side of things. So we have 4 courses that all our students must do, whether you're doing finance or marketing or whatever. One is, I mentioned previously, is around entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial thinking. Another one is around business analytics, because no matter what you're going to do, you'll need to be able to analyse data there. We have another one called personal professional development. It's about you as a student coming to university. How do you organise yourself? How do you organise going forward there? And then the 4th one is a generalist course, and this is the one I think many students very much appreciate. It has a bit of everything in it. So it's based around a case study, and there are different weeks focus on different parts of business. So there'll be something on marketing. There'll be something on finance, there'll be something on accounting, there'll be something on human resources, organisational behaviour and so on, and certainly entrepreneurship, but on international business, project management and the like. So, excuse me, as a student, you could say, I really didn't like that particular week on that topic, but I did like this week on this topic, and maybe I'd like to explore further, maybe doing a degree in this particular area, but I'm not so much interested in that area. So, for example, my daughter, much to my dismay, because I'm a chartered accountant, as I mentioned earlier, so she did this first course, and she didn't like the accounting side of things. So she said, Dad, accounting is not for me, but I did like the finance and I did like the marketing. So she's done a Bachelor of Commerce, majoring in finance, a double major, majoring in finance and marketing. And that's what this is all about. It's about, great if you've got an idea what you want to do when you're in year 11, 12, year 10 even there. But if you don't, we can help you, give you some insights on what the different areas of business are like, so you can make some informed decisions.
That leads really nicely back onto the other question that was asked in the room, was if you could summarise the difference between commerce and business, what would be those unique points and differences between the 2 programs?
So like I explained in my earlier comment, for Bachelor of Business, so we have, you have the options to choose between management, international business, and digital marketing and communication, or maybe to do a double major combining any 2 of these areas. But in commerce, if you're good at numbers mainly, so it's accounting, finance, so that's maybe, if that is your strength, so maybe you choose a Bachelor of Commerce instead of a business. So business is more like a descriptive side of things, like marketing, international business. So it's depending on, again, going back to what Tracy said, so what you're really good at, what are your strengths, and what you really like.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, if I could just say they have both, the Bachelor of Commerce has different majors than what the Bachelor of Business has. I think that's the essence. Bachelor of Commerce is more quantitative, typically, than the Bachelor of Business.
One thing I might add to that, and Noah, be interested, you could kind of ensure I'm on the right track. One observation I have from industry is it doesn't necessarily matter exactly what your degree is. So I've helped a lot of our graduates get positions with the Commonwealth Government. That's how I started my career as a graduate. And often you'll see that they'll advertise a range of different degrees that they're open to. It's around the skills that you show and your links with industry and your experience leading up to that. As long as you've got the general foundations of problem-solving skills, I think one of the things a degree shows is discipline, ability to follow through and complete something, and those analytical skills that Noel mentioned. So sometimes there's a family of degrees that the employers would be open to, and we have things like the Deloitte's Academy where we give you opportunity to get out in industry and see what employers are after. So if you think about those skills that you're developing at university, you don't have to worry so much about the degree sometimes, but I'd be interested in my colleagues' views around that, whether that's been your experience.
Well, I think I've just got one thing to add myself as well, because I'm not far removed from the position that a lot of you were probably in. I only left school a handful of years ago. And I remember probably the common psychology that you have in the room of what do I pick? You know, what do I do? What will it get me in the future? And I think probably similar in line to Tracy's advice, what you can do in year 11 and 12 is learn to love learning. Because if you find out what you love to learn about and you find out what you're really good at, then exactly right, you won't study a day in your life. You'll enjoy every day. You won't work a day in your life, and you'll enjoy that as well. So pay particular attention to what you enjoy and what you're good at, and get feedback from others on what you really enjoy and what they think you're good at, and see if that aligns with something in the business world, because business does touch many, many different industries. Entrepreneurship, I would argue, covers, is integrated into all of them. And so then finding your own path through those business degrees, I think, would be my advice. And you can already start thinking about that, whether you're in year 12, 10, 11, or whether you're ready to go straight into uni.
I think we had a question there, if it's still live.
We've probably got time for about 2 or 3 more quick
Did you have
questions.
a question? Oh, okay.
But there was one potentially. Yes.
Hi. Consider the new Adelaide University starting 2026 that is not going to offer double degrees, and start a double degree next year. What's going to happen in that case?
Yeah, so with the new Adelaide University, all of the study plans for current students will be transitioned across. So everyone who is currently within a program will be getting a custom mapped program. So you'll be transferred into the equivalent program. Basically, on the 15th of July, we launched about 200 of the initial subset of programs for Adelaide University, but as more time goes forward, more will become available, including some of those options to set up double degrees and whatnot. But every single student who starts at University of Adelaide or University of South Australia will be getting a custom guide to effectively tell you what to go into and what subjects to pick, because at the end of the day, all of the same study areas will still be offered under the new university, just the naming conventions of them might be a little bit different, or the program architecture might be different, but the core concepts and topics that you'll come away from will be the same.
I just want to add something to it. So the discussions with the 2 universities started about, it's 2023 October. So we are, from a student experience perspective, we can guarantee that it'll be a similar program structure you will be following, and there will be very much clarity to ensure what you are committing to in 2025 will be continued through the degree until you complete, and you will have the choice whether you want to, get your electives as you move on. The program structure will be very similar, and to piggyback onto that, what is also happening in the world is the change is taking place at a very rapid rate right now. And one of the things that's unique about the business school with our entrepreneurial focus is we train each and every student to understand and how to adapt to change, not just with theory, but with experience as well. For example, as Noel said at the beginning, Think Lab gives an opportunity for any one of the students to be a part of from your first year itself. And we have had some students, by the time they graduate, they have had a side hustle going on as a startup at Think Lab, but it doesn't mean they will be running startups once they graduate, but they will be going to the corporate sector. But one of the things I have been very inspired during my journey at University of Adelaide is we have seen those who have got that startup entrepreneurial exposure with Think Lab during their degree would accelerate faster in their career compared to those graduates who have not got that exposure to innovation and entrepreneurship during your degree. So that adaptness to change during your degree in a world that is changing so fast is what makes your experience at the University of Adelaide Business School, be Bachelor of Business, Bachelor of Commerce, a unique one. And the good thing is we are working with all the other faculties, whether it's health, engineering, and we are very flexible. That's where a lot of the number of core courses that we have in our courses are relatively less compared to a lot of other degrees. the opportunity for our students is they could do the electives from other faculties, other schools, so that you can get the combination, as my other panelists said, that is right for you to leverage your strengths to be ready for the industry.
Tom, I know we're getting close to time. I just noticed there's a couple of things that we haven't had a chance to mention that are strengths of the university, and one is diversity. So we really encourage and support diversity. So you can see through the panel here, we're culturally diverse, we're diverse in terms of our backgrounds, our age, and you'll find that with our staff, and we really encourage diversity. We are encouraged to travel for our research, so we are international experts, and that gives us the strength and the knowledge we need to help our international students, or to help our students connect internationally. So we have international study programs, which Noel's really passionate about. So one thing we always hear from students, I think it's getting less and less now, but you know, why South Australia? Do I have to leave South Australia to have a really interesting career? One thing the university, if you look up our profiles, you'll be able to see that we are international leaders and we are sought after. We have people who come to study here. So for the parents in the room, if you want to keep your kids in Adelaide, we'll show them the way you can have a really successful career here in South Australia. And if you're from South Australia and you wanted to stay here but really have an exciting career, that's something we can help shape you. You don't have to move out of South Australia to be successful. I'm on 2 national boards and I'm on national committees all the time. People come to us because Noel said we are seen as the leaders in our field, and that's where we're pushed to be, and we'll help you if that's your aspiration.
Yeah, if I can just pick up on what Tracy said, we're very focused on having our students graduate with a global mindset. Chanaka here is in the international business area, and so there's opportunities to study international business, if not the major, as an elective or electives there. But we have some fantastic study tours. We have one that goes to New York there each year, another one that goes to South Africa, Johannesburg, a week in Johannesburg. This is more focused on social entrepreneurship. Another week in the bush with the animals. Another one to Germany and Austria in project management. We have another one starting next year in wine business. They're going to Italy and France and that. So we're very conscious of our students, and you may say, well, how do you fund that? So the government provides loans to be able to students to be able to do these study tours as well. Very, very important that we don't live in a vacuum here, and you don't have to go overseas necessarily to get an international mindset. You can do it from here. We're very focused on imparting knowledge about the world and how the world does business through the Adelaide Business School.
I'm just conscious that we've gone a couple of minutes over, so we can certainly stick around and ask questions, but we can come up and have one-on-one conversations as well. So if we can quickly answer your questions.
Yeah,
certainly.
I'm just wanting to know, do you have records of jobs that students have once they leave university, and is that available if you do have that research?
So I guess that question is in regards to our alumni network and where they have gone off to after they've completed their studies, is that?
Yeah. My thinking is more around the marketing degree and what jobs people go into after the marketing degree, but if it can also be a general question.
I'll take that one as marketing program director. So there's, depending on whether you do the standard one in the marketing in the Bachelor of Commerce or the Bachelor of Business with the digital marketing and communications, you might go slightly differently, but there are all the standard market research jobs that people have gone into. There are the digital marketing jobs as well, which have now been split into like the search engine optimization, the social media jobs. It's very versatile. We cover a lot of those. I also get, because I teach a lot of the programs as well as overseeing them, a lot of industry partners and alumni send me a lot of jobs as well, and they ask me to put it in the classroom boards. So maybe every few months I get someone emailing and saying, maybe one of them was recently there was an electricity company that wanted to do some more, they wanted a marketing intern. So there's internships, grad programs that are often sent to me, and then I distribute them to course coordinators, depending on the level. Sometimes it goes to third year students if it's a grad program. So there are a lot of opportunities that actually get sent to us as the program directors that we then pass on to the students. So there's the marketing specific jobs like the content creation, marketing manager, those sorts of things that they've gone on to do. And then there's marketing within an electricity company or marketing within other companies as well. But they've gone all over within South Australia, within Australia, and even globally, Singapore and elsewhere.
Awesome. Sorry. So we have just gone a little bit over. So we'll call the session there. But thank you so much for spending your time with us at the university. And I would love for you to join me in thanking our amazing panel as well.
side door. Really? So.
Okay, please come through. We're just gonna start in a minute or two. Okay, because we might get a lot of questions, I just want to spend as much time for you guys to ask those questions. I'd like to just start straight away. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for being here at this dentistry Q&A and dentistry and oral health Q&A session. My name is Clara. I'll be your MC this afternoon for this session. But firstly, I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to the Ghana people, the traditional custodian whose ancestral lands we're getting on this afternoon. And I would like to acknowledge the feelings of attachment and relationship with the Ghana people, the country, and I respect and value their past, present, and ongoing connection to the land and cultural beliefs. So before we get into the questions, I'm just going to go through a little bit about the admission information about dentistry and oral health. So if you have any questions, if you want to know more about the admission program, we do have admission guides online that I really encourage students and parents, if they're interested, to read it cover to cover. There's so much information in there that's really very important and actually really useful as well. But if you have questions surrounding the programs itself, the student life, the university experience, please give those questions to our panelists today. But just going through the degrees before we get into that. So we have our Bachelor of Dental Surgery, which is 5 years in duration, and we also have Bachelor of Oral Health, which is 3 years in duration. So this is just a little bit information on the admission processes itself. So for the dental surgery, we have 1 intake per year in February, and the minimum selection rank to be considered is 90, but obviously, it is quite a competitive program, so a lot of students will aim higher than 90 to be competitive. Well, for the prerequisites, we actually need 2 science-related subjects. So 1 from chemistry, mathematics, or physics, and another one from biology, chemistry, earth and environmental science, or physics. So you can pick out of those 2. So you can do chemistry and physics, for example, or mathematics and environmental sciences, for example. So depending on what you're good at and what you're interested in. There are some additional requirements as well, so you do need to sit the UCAT and also the interview as well, and the interview invitation is based on your UCAT score, so that's where you can. We also have an additional panelist here as well joining us today. We also have the Bachelor of Oral Health. Again, there's only 1 intake per year in February. The selection rank is a little bit lower for oral health. It's 70 minimum. The duration 3 years. Prerequisites is a little bit more flexible, so 1 from mathematics or sciences learning areas, and this is just any science or any math subjects. There are additional requirements as well, so you do need to do the UCAT and the interview, but we do have a lateral entry pathway as well for our oral health students who have done advanced diploma in dental hygienist. So I want to give as much time as possible for your questions. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our panelists this afternoon. So we have Professor Richard Logan on the very left. He is the Dean and Head of School of Dentistry. We also have Associate Professor Dimitri Lekis, who is the Bachelor of Dental Surgery Program Director from the first and third year of the program. We have Dr. Jennifer Gray as well, who is the Oral Health Program Director. And we also have our own student, our dentistry student, Isabella Tran, who is finishing her fourth year. So, do we have any questions from the audience to start with? We have some floating mics that will be given to you, so you don't have to yell your question at us. Do we have any questions? We have one over here. And do we have another one, just so that the next mic can go to that person? No? We're still warming up. I'm sure there will be more. You guys can think of your question now. Okay, thank you.
Hi. Apologies, it could be a very difficult or a very simple question. With the merger of the universities in 2026, obviously University of Adelaide is the only one between the two that has the dentistry course. What does that mean for the accreditation of the course from Australia-wide for the students that are involved in the course like some of these students will be completing their second year and then there'll be a merger. Is there an accreditation waiting period or does it just roll over?
I can take that. Yes, it should be an easy question to answer. So at this stage, we're working with the accreditation body, it's the Australian Dental Council, around the accreditation. The curriculum's not changing. Our curricula for both programs are just rolling over into the new institution because we're in a very fortunate position that we're not having to merge with another dental school. And it's expected that the accreditation will roll over with that as well. Okay. So at this stage, we don't really envisage any problems with accreditation. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have another question? Yes, we have one over here, and there's one at the back as well. So there's one over here. Sorry, can you keep your hand up so that our volunteers can give you the mic? We might get the one at the back first.
So how do the adjustment factors impact your ATAR? Like, how do they actually add on? Do they add on to your aggregate, or after your scaled ATAR, do they add on to that?
I'm happy to answer that question. So for the adjustment factors, they're basically your bonus points that can go on top of your raw ATAR before you rank with the rest of the students graduating in the same year. So you can, add the equity points and also the subject points. So we accept up to 4 subject points to add on top of your raw ATAR, and then after that you'll be ranked, and that will create your selection rank. I hope that answers your question.
So it would add on to your raw score out of 90 for your subjects, or onto your actual ATAR itself?
To your actual raw ATAR itself. But I'm sure your school will be able to go through that with you as well, usually in year 12. Are you in year 12 at the moment?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I'm more than happy to answer those questions later at the end of the session as well.
Okay,
do we have any other questions? There's one at the back. There's one the mic. Yes, let's go. Yes.
Is it okay if we could get a brief outline on what we would learn through the years of dentistry, and what would be the difference between starting off as a first-year student compared to a student nearing their final years?
So I'm in my 4th year of 5 years. The beginning is the basis of dentistry. We're in the clinic from first year, and in the simulation clinic learning the basics, but also basic biology and the foundations of oral health. I think the focus in first year is very preventative, which I think is a good foundation in dental school. Second year, you start learning your restorative dentistry skills while still knowing all of the preventative dentistry background. Third year, you start seeing patients in the Adelaide Dental Hospital. Fourth year is learning all of the specialty skills with specialty tutors, and then fifth year is consolidating those skills. So, yeah.
So for the oral health program, it's similar but different. That first year is the foundation, and that's learning again the preventive aspects in clinic, but working with each other, not on patients, and getting the foundation human biology skills, dental sciences, understanding that is that core knowledge that you need. Second year is a very long year. It's about 5 days a week, and it's learning all of the skills of the restorative as well as the hygiene skills, and developing further understanding in the dental sciences. Then the third year, you're in clinic, developing specialty areas for oral health around geriatrics, further on health promotion, and doing an oral health elective research project.
And just to add on to what it's like to be either a dental student or an oral health student, so both our programs are full-time. All the courses are compulsory, so it's not like you can pick and choose. They progress from the early years where we start around about like week, March to October, but as we go through the clinical placement years, so as we progress from first year to final year, like in fourth year and fifth year of dentistry, they're very long, clinical years, so 32 to 48 weeks of the year, and same in the final year of BOH. So really you're learning on the job training. So when both our graduates, the dental surgery students and oral health, you are graduate ready, you can work straight away. There is no internship year after they finish. So they learn everything like during their undergraduate training. And both the programs are very hands-on. You do work in groups, in teamwork, to simulate what it would be like outside in the real sort of working environment. It's a course that also we build on skills of evidence-based dentistry, communication skills, and learning how to have person-centred care. And we have small group tutorials, so both in our programs we have small classes in terms of when students get to know each other really well, and Isabel can sort of talk to that and maybe tell you a little bit about the Student Society that has a lot of support for our students.
Can I just add to that? As everyone said, it is very hands-on, and from first year students get to work within the clinic and get used to that clinical environment. The big difference in fifth year is that it is very much a clinical year, and one of the key things in the BDS program is a rural placement. So that's a 13-week placement in one of our rural clinics. So students love that experience because they get to do dentistry a lot and really prepare themselves for when they graduate at the end of the year. So that's something to be aware of if you do dentistry, that there will be a significant rural clinical placement in the final year of the program.
Okay, great, amazing. And do we have a question? I think I saw one somewhere. One over there at the back.
Hi. So if I were to choose health and medical sciences for the first year to do the prerequisites and then transfer to oral health, what are the subjects or electives would you recommend me to be prepared? Sorry, it's a bit long.
Sorry, can you just start the first part again?
If I were to choose health and medical sciences, for the first year.
So there are a number of our students that have been through that pathway, have started in health and medical sciences and then been successful. You need to go through the same entry process as all of the other students. When they've been successful, they come in. There is no credit to any of the work that you've done within your health sciences degree because our courses are very focused on the dental aspect. You do have an advantage that you've been exposed to that university learning and the health sciences, but it's different because it's very focused on what we do within oral health. So that's certainly a pathway that a number of our students and graduates have been through, and they do come in with that advantage of having experienced a little bit of uni life. But then it's okay now, it's different hours, it's much longer years, but also more hours within a week compared to some of the health sciences courses.
And just to clarify, that would apply to dental surgery. So some of our students do health sciences, like either a whole year or more than a couple of years or the whole degree. But just to clarify, there is no transfer. So anyone applying to both BDS or BOH have to apply from the outset, from the beginning of the program. You can't transfer in from one uni course into our programs because our programs are unique in terms of the way they're structured and the curriculum. But in terms of subjects, any subject that you do in health sciences underpins what we call the biodental sciences in first year dentistry and oral health. For example, anatomy, physiology, histology, all of those subjects would be certainly, positioned at any student doing health science degree, with a good solid foundation. But you can't transfer and there's no credits for the courses. It just provides the experience and it's like another backup plan if students are trying to get into dentistry and oral health.
Okay. Thank you for that. If I may, I have a follow-up question specifically for Dr. Jennifer for the oral health program. Is there a lateral pathway from the dental hygienist section as well?
There is, and that's a special entry, so you apply as a graduate of the dental hygiene program, and that means you come into the second year of the oral health program. And so you do 2 years, and so they use their experience and learnings coming in, can be quite different from what they've had with the hygiene program, but it's great to have them as part of it. Sorry? Yes, the TAFE program.
Yeah, awesome. That's good to know. Okay, we have a question at the back there? Yes.
I was just wondering if the dentistry has any number of spots people reserved from transferring into health and med science, like medicine has.
I'm happy to answer that question. So for dentistry, we don't have any reserved places for higher education pathway.
Okay.
So it's a little bit different from medicine. With dentistry, it's a much smaller cohort than medicine. So we don't have any reserved places there. We have a question over here and here as well. So do we have a roving mic for this gentleman over here? This one, and then we'll pass it on to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you comment on the employment outcomes of for dental surgery graduates? Where do they go on to work, and what are the postgraduate specialisation pathways, and how do people become specialists like orthodontists and other things in the dental field?
Yep. Generally, our graduates have very good employment outcomes. There's generally jobs available for dentists in either general practice, private practice in the private sector, in the public dental sector. A lot of our students will maybe have combinations of different jobs. There's definitely lots of jobs around. There's certainly jobs in rural settings. There's a bit of a maldistribution of dentists around the country. That's not to say there aren't plenty of jobs in the city as well. But I think if you do go to a rural destination, you actually learn a lot very quickly once you graduate from dentistry. In terms of specialist training, most specialist training in dentistry is done through the university sector. So specialist degrees would be a Doctor of Clinical Dentistry, and that's generally a 3-year program. At Adelaide, we offer Doctor of Clinical Dentistry programs in orthodontics, special needs dentistry, periodontics, endodontics, prosthodontics. I might have missed one out. But anyway, there's a range of specialist areas, but they're all 3-year programs. Generally, the 3-year programs require 2 years experience in general practice first. That may change in the next few years, but at this stage, that's what's happening. And also other prerequisites, things like either an honours degree in dentistry or primary examinations with the Royal Australasian College of Dental Surgeons. So there are some prerequisites and some requirements for specialist training, but most of the specialist training is done through universities. So I hope the answers.
Awesome, great.
For the oral health, the last couple of years' data I only looked at the other day, and we've had 100% employment. It does vary whether many are full-time, but some are part-time, whether that's by choice or just in terms of locale and where they're working, but 100% employment by our graduates. There's also opportunities for postgraduate. We have a graduate certificate in oral health science where you can do extended adult care, and we've had students go on and do honours and PhDs.
Amazing. That's great to know that there are so much demands outside of uni. So we have a question over here. Do we have the mic?
I was just wondering how many places are offered in the first year.
Okay, so for the dentistry and also for the oral health, so dentistry is around 30-something places.
38.
38, thank you so much. And for oral health, I think it's 36.
30.
30, yes, great. 30 places for dentistry and 30 for oral health.
So that's 38 domestic places
Yes.
for dentistry and 37 international places.
Yeah.
And just, is there any advantage to being rural candidates for those as well, or not? I know medicine had like a rural advantage. Is there anything for dentistry in that regard?
Yeah, I believe there are reserved places for rural students. Is it around?
There's four places for rural.
4 places, yeah.
And they have, so if you go to the admissions guide, there's the information about the rural pathway for the BDS program. So it has strict criteria, so you just then apply through SATAC.
Yes, great, amazing. Thank you, we work together on that. Okay, do we have any other questions? No? Are we sure? There is one here. Usually they all come at the end.
I was just wondering if you could talk me through the interview process, like what it is that you guys are specifically looking for.
So if you go to the admissions guide, there's a whole section on the interview. So it's a multi-station interview, both for medicine, dentistry and oral health. The criteria that we're looking for is stated in the admissions guide. Okay, so yeah. The admission guide is actually very, very useful information. So avail yourselves to read it, and also go onto our website and have a read of the dental school, and you can sort of, there's YouTube videos to watch there about, testimonials from our graduates and our current students. And Isabel's here, she can answer any question about what it's like to be a student.
Thank you. There's one over here at the back.
Thank you. Out of the 38 domestic places, are there any that are specifically reserved for students from South Australia, or is it just Australia-wide?
I believe it's Australian-wide. Yes, it's Australian-wide. I believe that our dental school is actually #1 in the country.
Depends which ranking system you use.
Okay, so don't quote me on that, but I believe so. Okay, do we have any questions? Do we have one over here? There's one at the back there, in the middle there. I don't know who will be faster getting the mic to them. It's a bit hard. We can't run on this hall because it will be so noisy. Okay, great, thank you.
I was wondering how many students are offered an interview each year?
That's in the admission guide as well. It's approximately 300 for dentistry and about 100 for oral health. Okay, and the UCAT is the first ranking. So students who've sat UCAT will then, top ranking students are then offered interviews. So it is very competitive. We can see that a lot of the questions are related to getting in, but yeah, it is a very competitive program because lots of students are very interested in pursuing careers in both dentistry and oral health. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. And I think I saw one somewhere. Okay, I might steal the question then. Maybe I'm going to ask the question to Isabella. What did surprise you when you entered the dentistry program? Did anything surprise you as a first-year student? Have to kind of looking back.
I think There were a few things that obviously surprised me. The cohort, it's really tight-knit, and I really enjoyed that learning environment, having friends to learn with. The balance of theoretical learning and kind of practical learning was really apparent from the beginning. I thought it would be very theoretical at the beginning and then we'd go to clinical, but it started with practical skills, and so that was a fun way to learn and kept me motivated to get through some of the harder theory to then go on to practicals. And I think I've also been surprised by the opportunities to do a lot of different things outside of dental school. So the AUDSS, which is the Student Society, has been really good in supporting students, but there's also opportunities to volunteer with some different dental clinics, volunteer for some other opportunities. And I don't want to talk about honours because I'm not sure if it's still going, but as research, there is research opportunity as well. And so summer research and engaging in research and evidence-based dentistry has been really cool.
Okay. Great. Do we have any question from the audience? We have one over here. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep asking questions. I have so many myself. Okay, yes, go for it.
I was just wondering, how many contact hours a week do you have?
Great.
I think it varies per week and per year as well. So in first year, it's definitely the least amount of contact hours, but I couldn't really tell you how much it was because it's still a lot. It's still very full-time. I don't work at the moment, so if that gives perspective on, some people do work, but I don't work because I find that the course load is very high and I want to focus on dentistry.
So there is compulsory contact hours, so students have to be on campus for all clinic sessions, simulation clinic sessions. We do case-based learning and group work, so that's all compulsory. We do have, like, some of our lectures are online, but in first year, in both courses, it would, be up to like 25 hours a week, like on campus. And most of us would say you need to spend that same amount of time at home, like doing homework and preparation, because our students need to be prepared before they come to clinic, before they come to sim clinic. There's assignments, group work. So they are both demanding programs in terms of contact.
Yeah, and I think it's important to realise that they're demanding, and there's a lot of responsibility with these programs as well, because you are treating patients during your program. So you actually are doing things to people which are irreversible in some instances. So putting that effort in and really understanding what you're doing and being prepared is really, really important. So, but having said that, they're both really enjoyable programs and really, satisfying careers to have down the track. So, there's really lots of good things about the programs which you need to remember, apart from contact hours.
The other part is that there are extended years, so it's not the standard academic year. First year for both programs is more of the standard university year, but in both programs that extends. In the oral health program, in second year it's really 5 days a week, 2 days a week of that is in the clinic, and that goes for about 42 weeks of the year, and the third years are in 48 weeks of the year. So they have 3 days clinical, as well as the other work that they need to complete, but it is across an extended academic year. And that can be different for students when they see their colleagues in other programs that are on semester breaks and less time, but not in our programs.
And there's travel involved in both programs. So whilst we have the Adelaide Dental Hospital in the AHMS, a lot of our clinics are not only there. So in first year, students go out to the suburb Gillies Plains in Adelaide. In second year, students do clinic in the evenings, so it's an after hours clinic session. And then in fourth and fifth year, it's travelling around to different metropolitan clinics as well as rural. So there is travel involved as well. Yeah, so not everything is based here on campus. Yeah.
It sounds like you have to be ready to work hard in either of those degrees. We have time for just one more question. There is one over here. Thank you.
With prerequisite subjects, if you're already going to be choosing biology and chemistry in year 12, is it fine to do like a lower level of maths, just like general, instead of methods or spec, like a higher level?
Yeah, okay. I'm more than happy to quickly answer that question. So for the prerequisites for dentistry, was it? Yes, for dentistry, it's just 2 from chemistry, math, physics, or 1 from the other one. So if you don't, the mathematics, it's mentioned, it's math methods there. So, but if you're already doing chemistry and biology, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be able to meet the prerequisites. You don't have to have done the math methods. Do we have any other questions? Just a quick one. I actually have a question myself that I get asked quite often when I'm out at school. Can you guys tell me just like the main differences between a dentist and an oral health therapist?
So an oral health therapist treats all ages. It includes a lot of the work that many of you would know as hygiene, providing preventive and cleaning and restorative care on all ages, but simple restorative for the adults. The dental program tends to do all of the specialty work on adults.
Okay, so with oral health therapists, they work mostly with children or younger people?
All ages, but
Okay.
are very preventive focused, preventive and simple restorative on adults, but all of the care for children up to the age of 18.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me use this as my professional development as well. So thank you guys so much for being here today, and thank you for our panelists for answering those questions. And if you have any more questions and one more time to have a chat with our current student and also our academics, they will be at the marquee at the Maths lawn as well. And again, the admission guide is online as well. Thank you guys so much. Okay, I'm keen to get started on time because I know that you guys might have a lot of questions, so I want to give as much time as possible for that. So welcome again to the historical Bonython Hall, and thank you so much for spending your afternoon here with us at the University of Adelaide. So my name is Clara. I am your MC for this afternoon for the Allied Health session. But firstly, I would like to start by acknowledging and pay our respects to the Kaurna people, the traditional custodian whose ancestral lands we're gathering on this afternoon. I would like to acknowledge the feelings of attachment and just want to go through some information about the admission processes itself. So today we're going to be talking about 3 different degrees in our allied health space. So we have our Bachelor of Occupational Therapy, we have our Bachelor of Physiotherapy, and we also have our Bachelor of Speech Pathology as well. So this is the admission information. I'm not sure if you guys can see it quite clearly, but I'm going to read through them anyway. So for the speech pathology, so for all of them actually, we only have 1 intake per year, so in February. And with speech pathology and for all of the other degrees as well, there is no minimum selection rank to apply, but it is still a competitive process. So the guaranteed selection rank for our speech pathology is 95, and that's the same for occupational therapy as well. For physiotherapy, we don't have a guaranteed entry. It is again just solely on the competitive basis of your ATAR. For all of these programs, the duration is 4 years full-time. And there are part-time options for speech pathology and occupational therapy, but not for physio. And there are no prerequisites for any of these programs. So without further ado, I'm just going to introduce some of our panelist members today. A couple of them had to run home sick, so, but we have 3 amazing panelists that will be able to answer any of your questions. So we have Associate Professor Stacey Attrell, Program Director for Speech Pathology. We also have Professor Rachel Gibson, Head the School of Allied Health. And we also have Dr. Charles Smiley, Academic Lead and Learning and Teaching for the School of Allied Health. So do we have any questions? Who wants to be the first one? No? No one? Okay, so I'm happy to get the ball rolling. Can you guys tell me a little bit more about the 3 kind of allied health programs and what the main difference is between the 3 occupations?
So hi everyone, my name's Rachel Gibson and I'm the Head of School of Allied Health Science and Practice. And here at the University of Adelaide, we offer 3 allied health degrees. We have the Bachelor of Occupational Therapy Honours, the Bachelor of Physiotherapy Honours, and the Bachelor of Speech Pathology Honours. And as Clara said, all of these are 4-year degrees. One of the things that we do and we're really proud of here at the University of Adelaide is that we offer a really comprehensive interprofessional learning experience which Charles heads up. So this means that in your 1st and 2nd and even in 3rd and 4th year, you're actually undertaking some of your courses with your peers. So when you are going to work, when you're actually out practicing, you're going to be coming into contact with a wide range of different health professionals. And so we believe that education starts in year 1. And so you'll be learning from your peers in other programs, you'll be learning from academics across other programs, and really starting to think about what that means in your health profession. We also offer in each of our programs a simulation experience. So we have a number of really specialised facilities which I'd encourage you to go and have a look at after this presentation, over in the Helen Mayo North building, in the Santos building, and also in the Johnson Hospital, where our students, again from all 3 programs, actually undertake a simulation experience. So they get to work with actors, they get to work in a really safe space where they can learn before we send them off into clinical practice. And Charles, you might want to add something about the interprofessional learning.
Yeah, so I lead the interprofessional learning, which is year 1, and it sits across all of the 3 programs. And I think a way to maybe conceptualise that is thinking about the kind of common skills and abilities that sit across all different health professions. So the way we think about it is soft skills. So, you know, reflection, communication, being able to understand evidence, understand anatomy, that kind of thing. And we have those together, so all 3 disciplines actually work together in those spaces, so you learn from each other and about each other. as well as the foundational content. But we also include in that what we call interprofessional learning, kind of learning outcomes. So we would have you work together as groups on tasks that would sit across the 3 disciplines. So you're learning to work together as an allied health sort of group from the get-go. And that is to enable that type of working in health service once you leave your training. And it's very interesting. I think it's a really useful way of doing things because it really embeds that from the start of your training, not waiting until after you've qualified to start learning to work with other disciplines.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we have any questions? Yes, we have one over there. Do we have another one so that we have 2 mics floating? Yeah, okay, you can start.
Hi, I'm led to believe that what does it mean for the university when there's the merger and there's the accreditation for each of those? And I believe like oral health is currently awaiting accreditation, being a new course. Is there any crossover period, or is there a risk in any student being involved in any one of those degrees mid-career or mid-learning career, and then the merger having to wait for accreditation before they actually get their degree?
Great question. We were just talking
That's
about
an excellent
earlier.
question. So all of our programs, doesn't matter if they're here or at UniSA, have an accreditation status. So all programs, speech, OT, physio, across both institutions, currently enable every single graduate to meet the minimum standards required to progress and enter their profession. That's not going to change in 2026. So what we will be doing in 2026 is bringing programs together under an accreditation framework. For 2025, which for many of you're interested in, the way that it will look is that you'll continue in the program that you start with, which is the accredited program until the end. So that's the unit, the whole program is your unit, yeah? 2026, there'll be a single program which will also be accredited, and all students will enter into that program in 26 and finish in 29. So 25, there's 2 programs. There'll continue to be 2 programs across the 2 universities, but under an Adelaide University auspice from 26. From 26, there's 1 program. Does that make sense? Everyone's accredited. There's no change in terms of outcomes.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. It's good to know. And do we have another question? There's one over there, yes. And is there another one at the back? I can't actually see. Okay, whoever has a mic, they can start.
Hello, sorry. Thank you. So allied health is I find is essential. How does the NDIS currently influence employment, and where do we think it's going to be by the time the degree is going to be completed?
Another excellent question, and I'll take this one. So the NDIS has been a bit of a game changer for allied health and specifically for OT and speech. Probably it's impacted the 2 of our professions more than physio. In terms of the changes, and I'm guessing you're talking about the current changes to the NDIS legislation. Yes, okay. So from a workforce viewpoint, we have substantial workforce gaps at this point in time in allied health and across allied health, again, specifically speech path and OT. So for our students who are currently graduating, virtually 100% will be taken up in workforce before they've finished. What they're talking about in terms of the changes to the NDIS at the moment are largely around what the early intervention pathway in and reframing early intervention so that it's not necessarily NDIS funded directly, but inadvertently funded through mostly through early education. We're not likely to see any great changes to workforce as a result of that change. And actually what it does is it enables the NDIS funding that does exist to be put where it's supposed to, which is supporting people with lifelong disability. So what we see is likely to happen is that will change the number of people going to support people with lifelong disability, but also hold our numbers as far as early intervention is concerned. Does that kind of answer your question? I don't think there'll be any changes for workforce.
Easy, thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have another question? There's one just, whoever has the mic. There's one with the There we go.
For occupational therapy, on your website / the booklet, it says that assumed knowledge is biology. How much would you recommend doing that in year 12?
Great question.
It's a great question. So all of our programs have assumed knowledge. That just means that if you've done biology, great. If you haven't done biology, that's completely fine. So when we come into our program in our first year, across all 3 programs, we teach the basics. And we teach it, so you'll do anatomy and physiology. You'll do communication, you'll do evidence-based practice, and you'll do an introductory course to your chosen profession. So yes, it says assumed, but you don't have any prereqs. So if you haven't done biology, please don't stress. It's completely fine to apply, and we will teach you those foundational content.
Okay, great. We have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, once you start one allied health course, how easy is it to switch into the others if you change your mind?
Great question.
It's a good question, and it is one we've grappled with a little bit. So Charles was talking before about our interprofessional first year, and what that means is that the vast majority of courses that you take in first year are shared amongst speech path, OT and physio students. There is a course in each semester 1 and semester 2 which are discipline specific. So I have my first year speech path students in a course together called Introduction to Speech Path. There's one called Introduction to OT, one called Introduction to Physio. Those courses are really important because they help students in first year to feel like they belong to their discipline, and they've got a sense of identity that starts to develop through those courses. So what it means is that if at the end of first year you decide you're a speech path student, you hate speech path and you want to do OT instead, there are ways that we can map credit for OT, but you still have to do a couple of first year courses. What it doesn't mean is you can't progress to anything in second year. It just requires an individualised study plan. It does probably cost a little bit of time, but it does depend on which profession you're in. So speech probably has the least implication because I've got the most flexible program. OT's in the middle, and then physio's probably does cost a little bit more time. But we've made that decision because it helps students to stay situated in their profession, to understand what that looks like, so that they're able to kind of keep a grasp of what their career goals look like. Otherwise you end up with students who feel like they're doing everything too generically and they don't have a sense of what they're there for.
Okay. Just a follow-up from that question. Would they also be looking at the student's GPA as well when they're transferring to a different degree?
Yeah, that's a good question too. The answer to that question is it actually depends. So if you're going to transfer from something like speech to OT, you do actually have to apply for the place, but you get preference because you're already a University of Adelaide student.
Okay, that's great. Great to know. Okay, do we have any other questions? There's one over here. Anyone else? We have another one over here as well. We'll start with the one that's got the mic first.
Hello.
Oh, it was here in the same row. Sorry. No, you go. Sorry to interrupt.
Graduates of the Bachelor of Physiotherapy course, for example, do they have to do the honours part, and/or do you see most graduates go into, say, Masters of Physiotherapy at Adelaide? Because I don't think that you offer the master's degree.
No, we don't. So all of our programs have an embedded honours. So what an embedded honours means is that students can choose to do a research stream, which gives them entry, should they desire, into a PhD, or they can do an industry project, so an industry honours stream. And the vast majority of our students tend to do an industry honours, and that involves a little project around an industry need, and they can do that individually or in groups. So when we talk about an honours degree, every student from every program that we offer here in Allied Health will have an honours degree, but they can choose to do a research or they can choose to do an industry, but they will still graduate with a Bachelor of X honours, if that makes sense. The University of Adelaide doesn't offer at this stage a Master of Physiotherapy or Occupational Therapy or Speech Pathology. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. Awesome.
It's on. Just to follow up on the previous question, are there any, within all the degrees, are there any elective subjects that students can take on that sort of cross-pollinate between the two degrees? So for instance, if you're registered as a physiotherapy student, can you use one of the other core subjects as an elective? So therefore, if you transferred, you've actually picked up the elective? And how many contact hours and how intense, I guess, is each course? How pre-programmed is the course? I know, for instance, if you're doing dentistry or engineering, there's 0 electives and it's all shaped around the career path.
Thank you.
So in terms of the electives, the Bachelor of Physiotherapy and Bachelor of OT don't have any electives contained in those programs. Speech path is different, I'll talk to that in a minute. But what you're referring to there is those shared IPL courses in year 1. There's also one in year 2, and there's some opportunity in year 4. Those shared IPL courses are the same courses for all 3 professions, which means that if you switch, you can have credit awarded for those courses because you don't do them a second time. In speech pathology, there is one elective course. It comes in year 2, semester 2, and we've situated it there because the students are at that point in time what we like is for them to go out to the other faculties, the other parts of health and medical sciences, and explore stuff that's going on outside of allied health, and bring that back into their speech pathology program. So we have students doing linguistics, psychology, public health, neuroscience, neurology, and a whole range of business as well, a range of different things that we then use that knowledge to bring it back to speech path and talk about diversity of thought, diversity of understanding. So we're the anomaly there. Speech path do have the elective. Physio and OT are contained programs just like medicine and dentistry.
Okay, amazing. Do we have any other questions? Oh, there was one there. Is there another one at the back? No. All good.
How much does Year 11 biology count towards a foundation for occupational therapy as a course? Would it be helpful, or do you teach that?
So Year 11 biology is a great subject to do, but if you haven't done it, that is completely fine. So we teach everything from Year 1 as foundational. So we assume that students come in having done a broad range of subjects in Year 11 and 12, and we teach that foundation. But if you like biology in Year 11, do it. If you like biology in Year 12, do it. One of the key things I think that we're really wanting to get across is do the subjects in Year 11 and 12 that you're good at and that you enjoy, because we will teach you from first year those foundational courses and help you to identify your professional position, as Stacey said, in your introduction course. So introduction to speech pathology, introduction to OT, introduction to physio. So please choose the subjects that you like and that you're going to get the most enjoyment from. There are no prerequisites to apply for any of our allied health programs.
I would just add to that, actually. So with biology, with human anatomy and physiology, you start right at the very foundational level, and then we move you up into another level above that. So we basically scaffold you all the way through each of your years, starting at foundational level, and we're able to do that for all of the students who come in with all the different backgrounds that they come in with, and all students get through that without any problems. So yes, it kind of, you, like Rachel says, do what you enjoy, and then we'll take care of the rest.
We have one over there in the middle. Thank you.
Oh.
Can you keep your hand up, sorry, so that they can, it's just in front of you. Oh, there are 2. Is there another mic? Can you just keep your hands up? Okay, great, amazing. I can't see. Sorry.
Okay, hi. Sorry. Yeah, I just had a question about it's a combination of online and in person. Can you just break that down as how much would be on campus and how much at home?
Sorry, can you say, I couldn't quite hear you. Online versus hybrid.
What's the difference in how much face-to-face versus online learning in the courses?
It depends, I suppose. It depends on the program, it depends on the year. So I can speak about, for year one is pretty much my remit across all three programs. The way we deliver that is what we call a hybrid approach. So there's online content that students will read, study beforehand. We use that instead of lectures. So students are prepared with the content before they come to workshops. So we have workshops for each course dotted across the week, so students can choose which one they want to attend, depending on their time. And you do that for each of the courses that you do in year one. And you come to those and we reinforce the learning that you have engaged in online through activities and sort of group work and a little bit of not necessarily lecture, but certainly reinforcing the content through, sort of knowledge. Where else would I say? Yeah, so I think that then scaffolds the learning that happens in the following years. So initially in year one, it would be sort of what we call student-led inquiry. So it would be about what interests the student in the content, and we would then sort of engage with that. So the students are discovering in the content the things that they are interested in. And we focus on that and we help them to sort of develop that. But then as you move into year two and into your discipline sort of specific areas, then the teaching changes and we use different pedagogies to sort of reinforce learning. Maybe Stace can add a little bit about the speech so you can get a sense of how each of the years connect.
Yeah, so all three programs we all start with the inquiry-based approach in year one, but because we're all skills-based professions, the ways that we think about developing students' knowledge, skills and attributes over the 4-year period is very much about helping them to practice and learn in skills-based ways. So we use some online learning, usually at the front end of the week where the students are engaging with some content. They'll then come and workshop with us. So those workshops are very much skills-based workshops. And so it's not your old school sort of me sitting on a stage lecturing students anymore, because we actually know the learning outcomes aren't always very good from that kind of approach. It's very much working with students around developing skills, applying knowledge and thinking through what things look like from the viewpoint of cases, problems and real world situations. So it's very much authentic based learning from day dot, but particularly from year two onwards.
Okay, amazing, awesome. And I think we have a couple of questions around that area. Does anyone have a mic? No? Do we have any questions? No? Okay.
Sorry, I just had a question about placement for occupational therapy. How many hours of placement do you do a year / over the full course, and where do you do the placement? Do you have to find it yourself, or do you help to find it or get a placement for us?
So the placement program for OT, like every other OT program in the country, requires 1,000 hours as part of their accreditation framework. So all OT students must do 1,000 hours of placement. In our OT program, that's expressed in lots of ways across 3 different years. So they start their first placement in year 2, semester 2, in a course called Diverse Communities. There's 2 weeks of placement there. It's largely observation-based placement. Year 3 is an intensive simulation placement, so it enables students to go and work in our simulation hospital, working with actors who are representing people with authentic occupational therapy problems. But the good thing about simulation is that it's safe. It allows students to make mistakes, to get some feedback, to practice and try again. So there's an entire intensive simulation placement in year 3, and then in year 4 there are 3 or 4, depending on which stream you're in, placements which range from paediatric disability placements, there's acute hospital placements, mental health placements, placements in schools, rural placements. So there's wherever you see occupational therapists, you'll find students on placement. And the placement program is individualised. It's different for every single student, and will depend a little bit on what the placement program, what's been offered, and what the mix of placements available for that particular year are. You don't need to self-source. That's all done for you, because we have to map your competency development across your placement program so that we're showing our accrediting bodies that you've met all of the requirements of the degree at the end of the degree. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. And do we have a question here? Yes.
Just a question. One of the early slides you spoke about the entry requirements, and not a guaranteed entry, and what the cut-off is from an ATAR point of view. But then I think you said it's based on merit. Could you just talk through what that merit process is? How does that work?
So for the Bachelor of Occupational Therapy and the Bachelor of Speech Pathology, we have a guaranteed entry for students who achieve an ATAR of 95. The remaining places are given on a competitive, so it drops down to the number of places that we have for the program and where that ATAR sits. But if you score 95 ATAR and above for the Bachelor of Occupational Therapy and the Bachelor of Speech Pathology, you have a guaranteed entry. We don't have that for physiotherapy, and usually the ATAR for physiotherapy sits around the 90s, where it's been across the 3 universities for the last probably 5 or 6 years. But again, when we talk about competitive entry, there's a limited number of places that we can offer, and it really just drops down to when we fill those places as to where that offer or the ATAR sits. It jumps around a bit every year, but usually it's been around the 90 for the last couple of years. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to steal the time and ask a question myself, if that's okay. What's the employability like for our students from all of the allied health degrees? Employability.
So allied health market's it's a pretty good market for grads at the moment, and it probably has been now for the last almost 2 decades, probably not quite 2 decades, but almost. Speech and OT particularly, the NDIS was a game changer for both of our professions in terms of just how many jobs there are. So we're experiencing some substantial workforce pressure at the moment. This is actually my area of research. Physiotherapy it has always had a strong market as far as grads are concerned. That hasn't really changed in the last decade either. They don't quite have the change with the NDIS that some of the other professions have had, but where they've really burgeoned is the private market, and many of you will have been to a physio at some point in time in your lives. So for all 3 professions, the work outcomes are very positive. I expect, and have certainly seen with my final year students this year, that several of them have already been offered jobs. I have a few who have accepted jobs, and we're at, what month are we in? August. So I would fully anticipate that most of our students will have a position at their disposal by the end of the year.
Amazing, that's great to know. Okay, we have one more question here. I don't know if there's a mic going around. Yeah, you have to kind of, okay, just very loudly.
Yes.
Yes.
So for first year physio in 2024, we have 125 students.
Can we also ask the questions for both OT and speech pathology
Absolutely.
as well?
So for speech, we had 100 students, roughly 100 students. And for occupational therapy, it was 105.
Amazing. Great. Do we have any other questions just to finish up? Oh no, actually we are out of time. So that's great. Okay, thank you so much for our panelists for answering all of those questions, and thank you guys so much for being here today. Thank you. you might have a lot of questions. I would like to get the show going. So my name is Clara. I am your MC today for the Health and Medical Science session. And we have an amazing panelist today as well. But firstly, I would like to start by acknowledging and paying my respects to the Kaurna people, the traditional custodian whose ancestral lands we're gathering on this afternoon. And I would like to acknowledge the feelings of attachment and relationship of the Kaurna people to country, and I respect and value their past, present, and ongoing connection to the land and cultural beliefs. And I have just a couple of slides to talk about the program itself and also the admission information. So we have 2 degrees that we're going to be covering today, the Standard Bachelor of Health Medical Sciences and also the Advanced program. And this is the admission information. It's not too, it's quite straightforward for our Health Medical Sciences program. So we have 2 intake per year in February and July. For the standard one, the guaranteed selection rank is 80. And then for the advanced version, the guaranteed selection rank is a little bit higher, it's 95. And then the duration for both programs are 3 years. And there are no prerequisite requirements for these programs, but I'm sure there are some recommendation subjects that our panelists can talk to you about. So I'm going to ask the first question first, just to get the ball rolling. This is mostly for the academics, I think. But before we get into that, I would like to introduce our panelists first. So we have Professor Corina van den Heuvel, who is the Program Director of the Bachelor of Health Medical Sciences and Head of the School of Biomedicine, and she used to be my lecturer when I was at uni as well. And we have Dr. Shona Crabb, who is the Senior Lecturer in the School of Public Health. We also have Bella and Jacqueline, who are the current Bachelor of Health Medical Sciences. So for that first question, Professor Corina, can you tell me a little bit more about the overview of the program and also the structure itself?
Of course. Hello everyone. Yes, my name is Karina. I'm the Head of School of Biomedicine and the Program Director, and it is such a pleasure to be sitting up here in front of you, and welcome to the magnificent Bonython Hall on a gorgeous day. So thank you so much for giving up this Sunday to come to our open day. So the Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences program suite, as we refer to the Advanced and the Standard program, are really unique in the fact that they're programs that are broad enough with a human focus, so specifically for students perhaps that are not entirely quite sure what element or what area of health they really want to focus in. So we often get students come in saying, I'm really interested in the human body and what it looks like and the structure and function and what can go wrong with it and how we treat it and how we keep populations healthy, but I'm not quite sure whether I want to do medicine or physio, or whether I want to be a scientist or a researcher. So the beauty about programs like this is it gives students time to really get in and sample those disciplines like pathology, anatomy, public health, physiology, to really understand what element it is that they really love. We also realise that many students put health and medical sciences or the advanced as second or third preferences after medicine, and that is absolutely the right thing to do, or a really good option to do, because if you're unsuccessful in the first attempt to come to med, you can come in and immerse yourself in these programs and really get that foundational knowledge that you will be able to apply if you so decide to still continue on in your endeavour to transfer into medicine. A couple of other points before I let the rest of the panellists speak is like how students can choose from 6 majors or areas of specialisation. So clinical trials, medical sciences, neuroscience, nutritional health, public health, and reproductive and childhood health. So incredible diverse areas. And students don't need to know exactly which area of specialisation. I'm sure you girls didn't know which one you wanted to when you first come. So you get to sample a couple of subjects or courses in first year and go, I really love neuroscience. That's the one I want to go on. And also, if you change your mind at second year, we can, tweak your study plans to do that. And I think another really amazing thing, and I'm sure the students will mention it when they're given the opportunity to talk, is at third year, every single one of our students will basically participate in either a research placement or a work integrated learning placement, which is aligned to their area of specialisation. So if you're taking a major in public health, there are incredible opportunities to undertake a work integrated learning placement at so many different health areas. I can think of two like Kids Safe and SA Health, etc. And I think, we've got such a broad range of industries that partner with us, from the local health networks, so all the hospitals, the research institutes, SAMRIs, clinical trials facilities, SA Health. So it's just fabulous to really broaden our students' understanding of where this degree can take them.
Yeah, amazing. That's amazing to hear. You're able to repeat?
Was it the name of the degree? Yeah, it's the Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences, and we have a Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences Advanced as well. I don't know, do you want to say anything about the difference?
So the Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences and the Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences Advanced, students in either of those programs can choose the same courses and the same majors, but the difference is in the core courses that they take at first, second and third year. So those in the advanced program, they take a course called Clinical Skills and Simulation in first year, which is down at the AHMS. Has anyone had the opportunity to go and see the beautiful building down there? Yeah, so that's our clinical skills. Second year, they do a research intensive group course where they try and solve global health issues. And at third year, it's very much about innovation and entrepreneurship. How do you turn an idea into commercialisation? So that's very much the differentiation between the Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences or the Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences Advanced.
I was just going to add to that, regardless of which program, I think one of the things that's really great, as Karina's already kind of pointed out, is that they're general degrees, but what I really like about them is that we've got kind of almost 3 pathways or 3 goals that we kind of aspire to kind of help the students gain, which is 1, working out actual applied skills that you could leave from your degree and get a job straight away. And often our students that do the work integrated learning or the placement in third year will actually gain employment in the place where they've done their placement. So they go straight into a job upon graduating. So that's one pathway, is that we're trying to give you real skill sets that employers want. But you might also discover that you really want to use it as a stepping stone to go on to medicine or physiotherapy or psychology or whatever it is that you kind of get into. And of course, the other option is that you might find that you love doing research and you want to continue on within the university sector, building your research skills in a lab or in another applied setting, and move through into, a master's or a PhD in time as well. So we try to kind of make sure that across our courses, we're kind of equipping students with a skill set that can take them through any of those pathways. So I think that's another really great part of the degree.
No, that's great to know, and I can personally say that I got my first job from a placement from the Bachelor of Health Medical Sciences as well. So, yeah, living proof. Hey, do we have any other questions? Yes, right.
Thank you. I was going to ask, so the ATAR requirement is a fair bit higher for the advanced course. What are the different electives that are offered in the advanced course if it's so much more?
Yeah, so the difference, the 3 different electives for the advanced cohort are those 3 courses: the clinical skills and simulation at first year, an intensive research skill development global health solution course at second year, and then innovation and entrepreneurship at third year. Those 3 courses are only available to students in the advanced program. In the students in the Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences program, they have different core courses, which in first year centre around communication, creativity, understanding how to, research and being able to identify appropriate literature, etc., and to communicate both verbally and written context. And they also do a course called Reflect, Research, Resolve questions in health in second year. But those questions around that are more centred around questions relating specific or problems related to their majors that they're going to choose. So that's the main differentiating factor between the two programs.
All good, thank you.
Sorry, go.
Sorry. Oh, I was saying thank you. I thought you were done, sorry.
That's okay. Pardon? Oh, no, did you say no?
I thought you were done, so I just...
Just on that too, a question that we often get as a follow-up to the difference between them is, if I want to apply for an internal transfer to medicine, we hold 10 places in medicine for internal transfers for students doing either a Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences or a Bachelor of Health or Medical Sciences Advanced. So some students will come to us and say, do I have a greater chance of getting into medicine if I do the Advanced over the Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences? No. It is dependent on your GPA, so clearly you'll be choosing subject or courses that you're really passionate about and interested about, so that usually then becomes courses that you do well in, but also then it is your UCAT in addition to being offered an interview. But that's good to know that there's a series of positions held in the medical program for our students.
Yeah. Great. We have one question over here as well.
When you talk about the clinical placements that have led to roles or jobs, what sort of what work was that specifically?
It's varied, but do you want to give an example?
So we've had some that have been things like, particularly in the public health major, so it's less about clinical work with the patient, but more about a particular health area. But it might be things like, we've had students who have been employed in the Aboriginal Health Council following a placement there, SA Health, so working in the communicable disease branch. Sometimes city councils where they have health promotion programs. We've had people that have then stayed on within those areas. So that's sort of the kinds of things in the public health area.
And more broadly than that, we have a really growing industry here in South Australia for clinical trials. So this is where, drugs are first in the laboratory, and then they become preclinical, and then they're out into clinical trials. And we have a huge amount of new clinical trials facilities starting up in South Australia, which is amazing. So our students who will complete a clinical trials major, and even if a student takes a reproductive and childhood health major, for example, or a neuroscience major, and they complete their placement in CMAX or Genea or Belbury or somewhere like that where they do the trials, I think, from my understanding, I reckon it's 90% of students that have completed their placement there have actually been employed. So that's kind of what we're referring to when we say that.
Great.
I think we've got to ask the students some really tricky questions now.
Yeah. I think it's time to ask the students some questions. Maybe I can start with that question. I actually do have, this is like an actual question of mine. What majors are you guys doing, and also what made you decide to choose those majors? Because there are some different specializations from clinical trials to public health. Which one are you guys doing?
Oh, that was very loud, sorry. I chose to do a public health major, which I did not expect to end up doing when I started the degree. I knew that I loved science, and I knew that the human body was super interesting because I have one of those, so it's fun to know more about that. But ultimately I had a passion for helping people, and I thought that I would be doing that at a person-by-person sort of level. But through the Bachelor of Health and Medical Science, I got exposed to public health, which is basically helping people from a population level. And I was like, wow, I can do even more good by doing that. And so that's kind of how I ended up there, but I didn't expect to end up there.
That's amazing. I have heard that a lot from public health students, that it's a surprise to them that they're interested in public health throughout their degree. So that's interesting to hear that again. Yes?
Hello. Are we on? Yes. So I'm Bella. I'm doing a neuroscience major. I am kind of the same thing. I didn't expect to go into neuroscience. I thought I would be reproductive, childhood health, something like that. But in first year and second year, we got exposed to so many different aspects of the human body, and I just found that the brain and nerves and we know nothing about the brain, and it's just so fascinating. I'm learning new things all the time, and of course I am. I'm at uni. But like, it's just incredible. You get so much broad knowledge, and I didn't think that I would like want to focus on neuroscience, but from like, I think from the start of second year, I was like, yes, this is what I want to do. And yeah, no, I'm loving it. It's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
Can I just add on that? Thank you, girls. Another aspect of the programs which students can find either quite daunting or really exciting is the fact that students in first and second year can take up to half of their courses from outside of the faculty. So it isn't such a prescribed degree where you come in and we tell you exactly what courses you have to do and exactly when you have to do them. There is a whole range of electives you can choose from. So yes, you have to do specific courses in order to achieve a major in neuroscience, but you can choose courses from anywhere else. So if you've got a passion for music, philosophy, languages, physics, whatever it is, you can still do that in your degree. And so students will love that, and some students it scares them when they come in first, because in a school environment, you know, these are what you do, these are your subjects, and you just stick to them. University, it's like, whoa. But one thing I just want to really, really stress here is that from the minute you arrive at the university, we have the most incredible student support hubs who will sit with you and create your study plans with you and make the whole prospect of entering this enormous institution far less daunting. And they really will work with you, as will we. And I think, girls, you would have found that the study advice from all of the staff here. So yes, it can be a bit daunting, but it's so cool that you still get to, you know, finish a degree with this specialisation, but yet still have tried all of those other areas of subjects that you still have interest in.
Can I just say, in my first year, I did French, I did entrepreneurship, and I did geography.
Yeah. Oh, I did literature and film studies. Yep. It's so fun. Do we have any questions from the audience? Otherwise, we're just going to keep bantering if you're not going to ask any questions. Oh, there's one over there. Thank you.
So what's the process from going into this to medical? So what would I have to do? Is it GAMSA or how does it work?
Do you want to take this question?
I can do that. So if you start and get a position in Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences or the advanced program, and you are still thinking, yeah, I want to now try an internal transfer, the internal transfer system is much easier than going back out through SATAC again. But what happens is, during the year that you're here, you generate a GPA, which is a grade point average, which is equivalent to an ATAR at school. That GPA becomes your ATAR as such. You will still sit the UCAT because that is essential for entry to medicine. And based on the weightings that are given to your GPA as well as the UCAT, then you will go into whether you get an offer to have an interview. So you still go through the same process, but it's internal now because you're in the university system. And as I said, that there are 10 places that we hold in our medical program for students that are within these two programs.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
We have one here at the front. Just at the very front. Oh, we have another one over there. Can we give this lady a mic just after that green one? At the so, come, this one. Okay, do we have another question at the back as well? So, is there someone that has a mic? Yeah, you can go. Keep going.
We'll get that.
Doing UCAT for medicine, what are other postgraduate options other than medicine and UCAT for after doing this 3-year degree?
Oh my gosh, so many. Yeah,
basically anything you can imagine that you could do as a postgraduate, because you'll have a graduate degree. And so, yeah, it opens up a whole range of things. I mean, some qualifications, some health professions, it's not necessarily a postgraduate qualification that you need to become that health professional. So it may mean that you then pick up another undergraduate degree, I guess. But you've got a whole range of options.
So on that, you know, you would be aware that an exciting thing is happening in 2026 where we become Adelaide University, right? With that comes a whole array of postgraduate options at your doorstep. So already we're ensuring that students who will do a Bachelor of Health and Medical Sciences commencing next year, or the equivalent program in New Adelaide University is called a Bachelor of Biomedical and Health Sciences, that we ensure that there are pathways through those undergraduate degrees to enable you to do postgrad physio here at Adelaide University, postgrad OT here, postgrad clinical nursing, postgrad public, the whole array of things. So it's a really exciting time to be a part of the University of Adelaide and the future AU. So yeah, I think the minute you do, why are you shaking your head? So but I know that some students have gone, what does it mean for me? I'm starting next year. It means absolutely the same, and it's even more exciting.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, great answer. I'm going to steal that one.
Yeah, good. Can I add something?
Sorry.
yeah.
I'm just about to finish my degree. Woo. And I've been looking at master's programs, and something that I feel like no one tells you is that for like most master's programs, all you need to have is an undergraduate degree. So if you, like I'm getting my undergraduate degree in a Bachelor of Health and Medical Science, majoring in public health, I can go do a master's in finance. I can do a master's in biotech. Like you just need to have that foundation, and you can, and go on and do something completely different. So just get your foot in the door.
Yeah, amazing. We have a question at the back. Yes.
If you guys have done like your placement, what placements did you guys do?
So are you still doing your placement? Yeah, we're both still doing our placements. So in third year, you can either do a research integrated learning placement or a research placement, which is what Jackie and I are doing. I'm currently, oh no, you're not, never mind, I'm lying. I'm doing my placement at SAMRI, so the SA Health and Medical Research Institute just up on North Terrace. I'm working in the stem cell lab up there with my supervisor and a couple of group members, and we're looking at bone-nerve interactions in like fracture repair, which is super cool. And I'm really enjoying kind of getting into the lab and just watching what goes on behind the scenes, because it's really, really cool.
Sorry, that's actually where I did my placement when I was in third year, in the same exact lab. Okay, we chat later. Sorry, Jacqueline.
I'm also at the SAMRI. Snap. Because I'm doing public health, I'm doing work integrated learning, which is so fun. Sort of like an internship. I'm there like 2 days a week. In the SAMRI, the cheese grater. I'm in the Centre for Health in All Policies Research Translation. It's catchy. It's really interesting. It's about putting health in all policies. So it's a bit more of a governmental sort of vibe. But I'm summarising sort of their body of work at the moment. And we're kind of collaborating with the World Health Organization, which is really cool for a little undergraduate. So yeah.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. And do we have any other questions? Do you still have a question? So there is one over here at the very front.
I was just wondering, does it make it difficult with the amount of placements that you would have for people that specifically want to do the Bachelor in Health Sciences when there's people that are wanting to springboard, obviously, if they don't get into medicine? Does that make it difficult for there to be places? Do you know what
That's an excellent question. No, so we have, you're talking about the third year placements that we do?
I sort of mean in, but sort of even in general, you know, that there's people that specifically want to do this course, but then if there's others that see it as a way to springboard into medicine, does that affect the places for people that want to do it just as a course?
Oh, absolutely not. No. That was a really great question, but we have a really diverse demographic of students that take this course, and there is another question that we're always asked is there a cap? Do we have a maximum number? Absolutely not. Unlike some other programs through accreditation regulations or government regulations where they can only take a certain number, we don't. And we welcome students that have come with very different intentions. You know, some know that they want to go and do a PhD and be the next Nobel laureate, and others come in going, I absolutely have no idea what I want to do. Who's here in that boat? Like, that you love the human body and how it ticks and what can go wrong with it and you want to fix it, but you don't really know what area. Does anyone want to raise their hands if that's potentially you? That was me.
That was me.
That was me. I did this degree long before most of you were even born, and that was me. And I did economic statistics in first year and I failed. So there, and I'm doing okay. So there you go. But so I think it's around, you know, you come in, if you want to use this as a springboard to medicine, fantastic. If you want to use this, as Shona said, to go and do further postgraduate study, brilliant. If you come in and just go, oh, I'm just going to do it because the courses are really cool and this is great, and go straight into a role afterwards, fantastic.
Amazing, thank you. We have time for maybe like one more question. So I lost my phone.
Hi, I was just wondering, if we got into the bachelor degree and wanted to go and specialise into medical sciences, what would that program kind of entail?
Sorry.
Hi. Person who's asked me the question, I couldn't find you. So the medical sciences major within the bachelor is our broadest major that we have. And the reason we've done that is because it encapsulates the areas of pharmacology, pathology, anatomy and physiology. It even has a bit of neuroscience in there. So it's really broad. We have students that have gone into so many different careers with that, into research scientists, nutrition scientists, exercise scientists. It's incredibly broad. So some are in diagnostic pathology laboratories, others are working in clinical trials facilities in hospitals. It is our most popular major by far. And I think it's because you get to intersperse those disciplines and it is diverse. Some students prefer a much more focused major. So our major of reproductive and childhood health is a really popular major now, and we partner now with Genea and Repromed, so our students are getting the skills to go directly out into IVF clinics. So someone comes in and goes, that's what I want to do. Whereas medical sciences and others are broad enough to give you a real chance to really find what really triggers that spark in you.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
And talking about major, if I may ask a follow-up question, when do you actually have to, you know, choose those majors, and can you swap around if you change your mind?
I think for most of them, it's really around your second year. First year, you can do really, like we've got a core course, and there's a couple that we recommend that will keep your doors open. But really, you can get through your first year. You can probably get partway through your second year if you're sort of narrowing it down. You can kind of pick, is that sort of your experience? Yeah, you sort of, you know, narrow it down to, you know, I think I might like this or this. I'm not quite sure which one, but you can make sure you've covered the core courses for them. But as Karina said before, you've also got lots of space in your degree to be picking up a whole range of subjects. So it means if you want to do everything from within our offerings in health and medical sciences, you can keep building lots of different topics that might lead towards a major. So it's really probably towards the end of second year, certainly in third year you lock it in, because that's when you'd be signing up for your research integrated learning or your like workplace placement. That's when you would kind of need to really make sure it was in. But I think, is that correct? For all, it's pretty much by third year. Second year, you need to have made sure you've got the core courses.
And along the way, like I've kind of touched on before, you know, our student support hub, they're just incredible. Like, they work with you to make sure that you are ready to graduate when you think you're going to graduate. You know, we won't let a student get to third year and then they think they're about to confer their degree. Oh, sorry, you haven't done this. So all along the way, they will check to make sure your study plans are accurate, and we can tweak between majors at second year, but third year, you're in. But hang on, just on that, sorry.
Yeah.
I know you probably want me to stop talking. But even though our major is our named major, within those majors, many of them are very multidisciplinary. So you might be doing a major in clinical trials, for example, but it might be that your placement is looking at drugs to improve neurodegeneration in that clinical trial. So a lot of them, or reproductive and childhood health, public health. So there is a lot of this multidisciplinary nature that you can do. So a lot of our placements are actually, you can choose, say, a placement as a student in many different majors, just because of the multifactorial nature of the topic of interest.
Can I ask our students, when did you choose your majors? I think, Bella, you said by the beginning of second year, you were pretty sure?
I was kind of thinking that I really was fascinated by neuroscience kind of at the start to mid second year. And then by the end of second year, I was like locked in. I was like, yes, this is what I want to do. And then, yeah, put in placement preferences, neuroscience #1, and I got it. And yeah, amazing. Love it. Yeah.
For me, it was the very end of the second year, which is a bit late, but I did a public health study tour when I went to Indonesia, and I saw how much good there is that can be done with public health, and I was like, you got me. And then, but I actually, because I wasn't sure I was going to do public health, I didn't do one of the core courses. But because they're so accommodating and lovely, I got to do a second year course in my third year with Shona, which was great. So they'll support you no matter what you choose.
Okay, amazing. Do we have one question? Okay, we have time for a quick question.
Just wondering, you've talked a lot about the flexibility of the program. You've talked a lot about declared majors. Is there room for a declared minor?
Excellent question. We don't actually classify a minor on a parchment or at the time of degree. However, what we will find is that a student, and I'm going to use neuroscience because that's my baby, but if you have a major in neuroscience, there is still option at third year to choose another couple of courses from outside of that major. And I often hear students refer to that as their minor. Now, that's not an official formal term, and I don't think even moving forward to Adelaide University that is going to be a term either. But I know from talking to our cohort, they will say, well, I've got a major in neuroscience and a minor in clinical trials. Yeah, but it's an excellent question.
Great, thank you so much. And we might finish it up there. And thank you guys so much for such an inspiring session. Okay, it's making me miss uni again, but anyway. Thank you guys so much for being here and asking those questions. If you have any more, you want to have those conversations, they're coming out. You can have a chat with them as well. And we have students and academic at the Mass Lawn Marquees as well. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.